Representatives. We call him Speaker Emeritus, Right Honorable Gali Umar Naba. You're welcome, sir. Let's appreciate Right Honorable Gali Umar Naba with a round of applause, please. Of course, the Deputy Governor of Kano State has already been introduced. He is Professor. Warmly welcome former National Assembly, Al-Haji Ibrahim Salim. You're most welcome, sir. Also, former clerk to the National Assembly, Al-Haji Nasr Ibrahim Arab is also here with us. Of course, they are seated closely to the clerk, the present clerk to the National Assembly, Al-Haji Salisu Abubakar Mekaswa, MNI OON. You're most welcome. And of course, the clerk to the House of the Chairman of the Legislative Budget and Research in the House of Representatives, and you are most welcome, sir. Honorable Nuhu Dambram is also a member of the House of Representatives and is here with us. We welcome you, my honorable. Honorable Chris Azubugo is also here. He is the Deputy Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations in the House of Representatives. You're welcome, sir. Honorable Edward Gang Pajok is the Chairman of the Committee on Human Rights in the House of Representatives. He is from Plateau State. You're most welcome, Honorable. Honorable Ayuba Mohammed Bello is representing Jere Federal Constituency in Borno State. You're most welcome, Honorable. Honorable ID Gang is from Plateau State and is also here with us as a participant. You're most welcome, sir. Honorable Mohammed Gausuboyi is also here, a member of the House of Representatives. Honorable Yunus Ahmed Abubakar, who chairs the Committee on Federal Road Safety Commission in the House of Representatives, and he is from Gombe State. We are most welcome, Honorable. Honorable Solomon Marem from Plateau State is the Deputy Chairman of the Committee on Federal Road Safety Commission, and is also here with us. And of course, we have Honorable Anayo Edwin from Ebonyi State, and also a Deputy Chairman of the Committee on Rural Development. You're most welcome, Right Honorable. And Honorable Abdurrahman Shuaibu Adamo is also here. Honorable Abdurrahman Shuaibu is from Adamawa State, please. And you're most welcome, sir. Honorable Bolaji Yusuf Ayila, who represents Lagos, Mushin 2 in Lagos State, is also here. And my brother and friend, Honorable Insta Ekmanyong from Akwa Ibom State is also here. We have quite a lot of honorable members that are here, but in the course of time, we shall be recognizing them as the names come in. You're most welcome, and let me not forget my bosses in the National Assembly, talking about directors, or rather secretaries of directorate and directors that are here. we have the Secretary of the Common Services Directorate, Dr. Momo Efrete. She's also here. And as, of course, we have Mr. Nelson Ayowo, who is the Deputy Clerk Senate, also here, and we welcome you, sir. Director, Library Services, Mrs. Rifkatu Bira, is also here. Also have Director and Secretary, National Secretariat of the Nigerian Legislature, Dr. Orabi Audu, is also here with us. Of course, we have Director, Estate and Works, Architect Ojo, is also here. Director, Electrical Services, Engineer Bashiriero, is also here. Mrs. Felicia Uchola, Director, ICT, is also here. And Mrs. Grace Akman, who is also a Director in the National Assembly, as well as Alaji Lawal Garba, of course, a Director in the Secretariat of the National Secretariat of the Nigerian Legislature, in charge of global institutions and documentation. Of course, we have Mrs. Obiageli Iko, Director, Table Duties in the Senate. You're most welcome, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Niger State in the 8th Senate. Also here is a former senator, but they say once a senator, always a senator. Senator Matori was a distinguished senator and was in the 4th Senate of the Federal Republic. Senator Matori is also here. Please give him a big round of applause. Also here is the representative of the chairman of the ICPC, Barrister Nko Nta, in the person of Honorable Dame Julie Onum Nwariaku. She is executive member of the ICPC, representing the ICPC chairman. You are welcome.
Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. May I welcome the Speaker of Borno State House of Assembly, who is also the Chairman of Conference of Speakers of State Legislatures, Right Honorable Abdul Karim Lawal. He's been accompanied by so many speakers of state assemblies, talking about Speaker, Kwara State House of Assembly, our own Right Honorable Ali Ahmed, and former member of the House of Representatives. Speaker, Abia State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Martins Azubuke is also here. Also have the Speaker of Kaduna State House of Assembly, the Deputy Speaker of Yobe State House of Assembly, Deputy Speaker Enugu State House of Assembly, and of course, the Speaker of Ebonyi State House of Assembly is also here. We welcome you warmly. Thank you very much.
Let me very warmly again recognize the distinguished presence of Senator Oluremi Tinubu, OON, Chairman, Senate Committee on Women Affairs. You're welcome, ma'am. Also here with us is Ambassador of the Republic of Korea here in Nigeria, His Excellency Noi Kyun Duk. You're welcome, sir. Of course, facilitators, paper presenters, and discussants are also here. Let me very warmly introduce and welcome Dr. Paul Lubeck. He's an American professor of sociology and presently director of African Studies, School of Advanced International Studies, Johns Hopkins University. He came all the way from Washington. You're welcome, sir. Also here is one of our paper presenters, Chief Mrs. Ayo Obe Ni Ogunshola. She's a legal practitioner and a partner with Chief Olashuko Shonibari in the Lagos-based law firm, Ogunshola Shonibari. You're welcome, ma'am. Also here is Right Honorable Barrister Mrs. Rita Madwagu, Speaker, Anambra State House of Assembly. You're welcome. Let me also recognize the distinguished presence of the Emir of Kano, Alhaji Muhammadu Sanusi II, who is ably represented by the Maga General of Kano, Alhaji Shehu Muhammad. You're welcome, sir. Also here, and well, let me very warmly recognize and welcome the chairperson of the Senators Forum, a distinguished senator in her own right, Senator Hirat Abdulrazak Gwadabe. You are welcome, ma'am. Also here, representing the Bauchi State House of Assembly, is Right Honorable Abdulmuni Bala Fanti, the Deputy Speaker of the State House of Assembly. You're welcome, sir. Once again, it is pertinent to mention that wants you and the general public to keep the engagement of this national dialogue on, and by kindly joining the conversation via the National Assembly Twitter handle at NAS Nigeria, and also the Twitter handle of the National Institute for Legislative Studies at NILS Nigeria. You can like us on Facebook, National Assembly page. On the Twitter handle, we have more than 6,000 followers, so you can join us as we stream the event live.
Yes, he's a furry boy in ours, and right now he's talking out DJ.
Mrs. Wakili Jato is weeping, not for herself, but for her children and grandchildren. She is weeping because none of her children has the privilege of being in school. Between her and her 70-year-old husband, there are 7 children and 15 grandchildren. Wakili Jato is a peasant farmer. His wife helps in the farm and also sells firewood. Their total income cannot pay for the education of any child. And she is pained. So is her husband. Hear their story. Jamila is Jato's daughter. She has 6 children. She has no formal education. She has no skills. Her husband is a peasant farmer, equally uneducated. Not they will ever be. Dantani, Jato's fourth child, is 28 and has 2 children. He dropped out of primary school because the parents could not afford the cost. His 2 children are not in school. He says he will enroll himself and his children if he sees a school they can afford.
Try to raise some kind of money to some for the school to be going. That is the one, that is the first one, that is the first born I'm put for school now.
Okay.
It's the only one that I'm taking care of now for the school. The other one's in the house now.
This is my senior. My name is Usman Jato.
Usman is Dantani's younger brother. He is a farmer and has 3 children. Nobody in this young family is to school. Welcome Al-Hassan Tokura, 65, a farmer and father of 7 children. He is not happy because no one in his house is in school, just as he never was. Sarah, Al-Hassan Tokura's daughter, 22 years old, is a school dropout because her parents could not fund her education. She now hawks sundry goods to help raise money to at least keep them out of hunger.
Well, my family, they are farmers, and they don't have the money for school fees. They can't afford school fees for the children, and we are 7, 3 girls, 4 boys. And my school, even before I finished my school, it was through hockey. I used to sell if I can pay my school fees.
The Tokuras and Jatos are from Gibna, a village founded about 100 years ago and has a population of almost 5,000. Gibna has limited social amenities.
Our major problem for this community now is hospital. We need school and road. So we need the hospital now for this particular community. Our road is very, very bad. It's not even good. This year we task ourselves, we do community effort to buy stone and feed that road by ourselves. The road is very, very bad.
Ironically, Gibna is in Buari Area Council of Nigeria's Federal Capital Territory. What pains the indigents of Gibna most is not the lack of social amenities or the absence of beautiful sceneries, but the lack of educational facilities in the village.
If you are not educated, I'm sorry to say, if you are not educated, your things are different. Let me give you an example. All this kind of robbing, Boko Haram issue, all those things, at times, it's lack of education. You know, a child that don't have education, you just be like an animal. So this education is very, very important for us, for we to get it. For our younger generation that they are coming up. So we have to show them the way of going to school. Government too, they have to assist us in one way to do that.
Umoru has spoken the mind of his people. The indigenes of Gibna know the importance of education, but 2 major obstacles are preventing them from acquiring that golden fleece: absence of schools and a lack of money. The 2 public schools around Gibna are too far apart for the children to attend.
We have school for this community, but the only school that we have much is private school. So we need government to give us, to bring the school, government school for us. The one that can easier for us. Children of maybe 6 years, 7 years, 10 years, they are finding it very difficult to take to go that place. So if government can even help us to bring that for this particular community, for whether on a law is or something, if they can able to bring the junior school for us, near, very close, our primary school very close, our children they will start from somewhere.
The schools within the village are private ones and too expensive for the indigenes.
we have some children here, they have interest to go to school, but the major problem they have financial issue. The financial problem is that some of them, their father didn't die, their mother didn't die. We are finding it difficult to afford them for education. Now, for this community now, you can look at those kind of children, there are many. And you know, we that were living in a community, no any income for community. All what we depend on the community is farm. We are farmers. So our women, they are going this firewood. So for a woman to train a child now to school with firewood, how much the woman can sell firewood a day, how much? How if she can carry firewood from here to Guagua, she will carry for her shoulder to Guagua to Guagua or Kubwa. So maybe a day she can make 100 naira or 200 naira. So now we are appealing government to assist her with all this kind of thing.
How many want to become lawyers? What about engineers? Good. Clap for yourselves. These educational challenges are not peculiar to Gidna. They are national. Currently, we have nearly 11 million, or 47% of our children, out of school.
We are inviting Nigerians, those who can, just take an interest, see if you can sponsor a child. From our research report, basic reasons stop children from going to school, like no transport money to go to schools, no money to pay for uniforms and books, no money to pay for PTA. These basic things that we take for granted is what is in between some children and going to school.
Concerned about this situation, the National Institute for Legislative Studies, NILS, initiated an out-of-school project to encourage and put children in school.
We discovered that Nigeria has the worst case of out-of-school children in the world. And we felt that that was not good enough. And we also felt that this is an area that the legislature and the legislators should be keenly interested in. Government has been doing a lot, but the problem is so extensive that every hand should be on deck to assist in solving or even ameliorating the problem, the challenge. So we felt that we should start something and see how we can galvanize Nigerians, sensitize Nigerians to partake in reducing this plague or scourge of out-of-school children.
This is an internally displaced people's camp in New Kuchingoro, near Abuja. The people here are victims of a war by Boko Haram terrorist group against their country, Nigeria. Most of the children here, like in many other IDP camps scattered all over the country, were in school but have been forced out of school for reasons which border mainly on funds.
I was depending on my grandfather for schooling, but now unfortunately he's gone because of this incident. So I'm not having any sponsor to take me further.
I'm in school. I'm in SS1 because of this Boko Haram. I leave my school. I come to Abuja and my parents not have money to pay this Abuja school and transport money. Go and come back. Don't have money.
I do nothing because as I graduate, crisis started due to the condition where we find ourselves. That is why I see myself here.
We have those that are not going to school because of one reason or the other. Some, maybe they don't have money to finance or to buy some materials for the schooling. Some that are up to a secondary school level, there is no any secondary school that we can afford to pay for the school fees or to pay for the registration. That's from JS1 to SS3. kana makaranta to me yasa ba ka makaranta yanzu?
Yanzu Boko Haram ya kore mu.
Boko Haram sun kore ku? Okay, da ka ji karan bindiga sai shi yasa yanzu ba ka makaranta to me kake yi nan?
Ina son shago can.
Okay, yanzu me yasa ba ka makaranta?
Ba babana ne.
Ba ka makaranta. Kana gan ka samu wanda zai tamake ka ya saka makaranta za ka je? To me yasa ba kai ki makaranta a sake primary ko ba?
Ba kuɗi.
Ba kuɗi. Ba kuɗi ba za ki iya ci gaba da makaranta ba. To yayi kyau. Wani aiki kina yi yanzu?
Ba na aikin komai.
The only school in the camp is this one, established by a missionary group. But it has places for children from primary 1 to 4 only. The others cannot afford the cost of attending schools in the Federal Capital Territory.
So our children that they are in secondary school before, up to now they are not going to school because we doesn't have the money that I went to the one school, was it last year, to ask. They charge us about 22,000 for each person. So we doesn't have that money. So our children that they are in secondary school before, up to now they are not going to school.
Our children in Gidna, New Kuchingoro, and in many other parts of the country are children with high hopes for a better and brighter future. When we can afford to help them, should we wait until they become willing recruits for insurgency groups like Boko Haram? Should we not heed their cries for help?
It's lack of education that brought about this insurgents in our state. So had it been there is education, this insurgent of thing will not have taken place. So education is very, very vital.
We are telling
Hello.
let him try
Hello.
to consider us, especially concerning the school. Let him attach us with the one government school so that our children that they are in secondary school, they can go there for the schooling.
Government, are you being able to give us some of our school? Yes, it's school.
Hello.
If the government can come to this without community, maybe they will come and carry 5 or 6 children and give them scholarship.
Hello.
They go to primary school, go to senior school, go to university. Maybe they finish their school. Tomorrow when they come back for university, they can even train them to abroad. By the time they come, like the other community now, when they become big men, they will carry the younger one to further the business. That illiteracy can wipe out for that community.
If we can get Nigerians to sponsor children, we have even many public schools that are available. Sponsor a child to go to school. Our duty will be to find out from some communities how many children are there to sponsor. There are some communities that don't have schools, especially some of these settler communities, settlements that don't have schools within 1 kilometer radius. So can Nigerian individuals, in collaboration with the Education Secretariat and the Education Ministries, assist in even putting up temporary structures, mobile structures that will allow children to go to school? Can Nigerians even volunteer to take some of their free time to teach? We believe that the insurgents feed on these out-of-school children who, some of them on the streets, some of them are really not properly employed. These are the swarm for the insurgents to feed on. And the more we take these children out of that scenario, the better for us. Let's put them into the formal education system. Let's see that they are properly oriented and cultured, and that we deny insurgents access to them.
we do these little things, we shall be telling our children, especially the indigent ones, fear not, your future is bright. Join the crusade. Support a child to be in school.
once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this National Assembly dialogue on economy, security, and development will soon kick off. The leadership of the 8th National Assembly here present, distinguished senators here present, distinguished members of the House of Representatives, Deputy Governor of Kano State, Professor Hafiz Abubakar, Clerk National Assembly, Clerk House of Representatives, former presiding officers of the Senate and House of Representatives here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Like we did say earlier, the National Dialogue on Economy, Security, and Development is organized by the National Assembly of Nigeria. And it is being facilitated by the National Institute for Legislative Studies to demonstrate the role of the legislature in promoting good governance and its wider role in steering the Nigerian economy. We have already recognized quite a few notable distinguished personalities here present, and we wish to make the following recognitions and formal welcome. Let me formally recognize and welcome Senator Mustafa Bukar from Katsina State. You're welcome, sir. Also here are Honorable Ayodele Oladimeji, representing Ado-Ekiti, Irekpodun, Ifelodun Federal Constituency. Also here is Honorable Akinyede Owodumila from Ekiti State. Also here is Honorable Thaddeus Akinola Ayino. Also here is Honorable Magaji Da'u Aliyu, representing Birnin Kudu Federal Constituency in Jigawa State. Also here is Honorable Saidu Miga, Honorable Olu Adewale, representing Ifako Ijaye of Lagos State. Please welcome Honorable Rima Shaulu from Taraba State. He is also Chairman, House Committee on Army. Also here is Albert Abiodun Adeogun, representing Ife Federal Constituency of Osun State. Honorable Jerry Alagwaso, you are welcome. Honorable Jerry Alagwaso is Chairman, House Committee on FEMA. Also here is Honorable Aishatu Jibril Duku. She is Chairperson, Committee on Electoral Matters of the House of Representatives. Let me also formally recognize High Commissioner to Rwanda in Nigeria, Ambassador Staninistas Kamanzi. Your Excellency, you are welcome. Let me also welcome and formally recognize His Royal Highness Eze Obidigu Onyeso, MFR JP, Eweliana II Ezenri from Anambra State.
Thank you. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, more recognition, please. We have here with us the Right Honorable Nasiru Abubakar Nono, the Speaker of Gombe State House of Assembly. You're most welcome, the Right Honorable Speaker. We also have here with us the Right Honorable Anie Khan Uko, the Speaker of Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly. Also here is the representative of the DG National Orientation Agency, Mr. Mike Omeri. He's been represented by Dr. Gerald. You're most welcome. Thank you. Of course, the Secretary Legal Services Directorate of the National Assembly, Barrister Daniel Adam, is being represented by Director Legal Services, Barrister Bala Yabani. You're most welcome. We have quite a number of directors from the National Assembly that are here and other top management staff of the National Assembly. You are most welcome, distinguished participants. Thank you. Any moment from now, we shall be kickstarting this very important program. So we apologize for the late in the commencement of the event. Of course, it is due to some unforeseen circumstances, please. So bear with us. Thank you. This is from the organizers, please. Thank you.
Nobody family is or has ever been to school. Welcome Al Hassan Tokura, 65. He is not happy because no one in his house is in school, just as he never was. Sarah, Al Hassan Tokura's daughter, 22 years old, is a school dropout because her parents could not fund her education. She now hawks sundry goods to help raise money to at least keep them out of hunger.
Well, my family, they are farmers, and as they don't have the money for school fees, they can't afford school fees for the children, and we are 7, 3 girls, 4 boys. And my school, even before I finished my school, it was through hockey. I used to sell before I can pay my school fees.
The Tokuras and Jatos are from Gidna, a village founded about 100 years ago and has a population of almost 5,000. Gidna has limited social amenities.
Our major problem for this community now is hospital. We need school and road. So we need the hospital now for this particular community. Our road is very, very bad. It's not even good. This year we task ourselves, we do community effort to buy stone and feed that road by ourselves. The road is very, very bad.
Ironically, Gidna is in Buhari Area Council of Nigeria's Federal Capital Territory. What pains the indigents of Gidna most is not the lack of social amenities or the absence of beautiful sceneries, but the lack of educational facilities in the village.
If you are not educated, I'm sorry to say, if you are not educated, your things are different. Let me give you an example. All this kind of robbing, Boko Haram issue, all those things, at times, it's on lack of education. You know, a child that don't have education, he just be like an animal. So this education is very, very important for us, for us to get it. For our younger generation that they are coming up. So we have to show them the way of going to school. Government too, they have to assist us in for one way to do that.
Umoru has spoken the mind of his people. The indigents of Gidna know the importance of education, but 2 major obstacles are preventing them from acquiring that golden fleece: absence of schools and a lack of money. The 2 public schools around Gidna are too far apart for the children to attend.
We have school for this community, but the only school that we have much is private school. So we need government to give us, to bring the school, government school for us. The one that can easier for us. Children of maybe 6 years, 7 years, 10 years, they are finding it very difficult to try to go that place. So if government can even help us to bring that for this particular community, for whether on a long or something, if they can able to bring the junior school for us, near very close, our primary school very close, our children they will start from somewhere.
The schools within the village are private ones and too expensive for the indigents.
We have some children here, they have interest to go to school, but the major problem, they have financial issue. The financial problem is some of them, their father then die, their mother then die. We are finding it difficult to afford them for education. Now, for this community now, you can look at those kind of children, there are many. And you know, we that we are living in a community, no any income for community. All what we depend on the community is farm. We are farmers. So our women, they are going this firewood. So for a woman to train a child now to school with firewood, how much can the woman can sell firewood a day? How much? How if she can carry firewood from here to Guagua, she will carry for her shoulder to carry to Guagua or Kubwa. So maybe a day she can make 100 naira or 200 naira. So now we are appealing government to assist her with all this kind of thing.
How many want to become lawyers? What about engineers? Is that? Good. Clap for yourselves. These educational challenges are not peculiar to Gidna. They are national. Currently, we have nearly 11 million, or 47% of our children, out of school.
We are inviting Nigerians, those who can, just take an interest, see if you can sponsor a child. From our research report, basic reasons stop children from going to school, like no transport money to go to schools, no money to pay for uniforms and books, no money to pay for PTA. These basic things that we take for granted is what is in between some children and going to school.
Concerned about this situation, the National Institute for Legislative Studies, NILS, initiated an out-of-school project to encourage and put children in school.
We discovered that Nigeria has the worst case of out-of-school children in the world. And we felt that that was not good enough. And we also felt that this is an area that the legislature and the legislators should be keenly interested in. Government has been doing a lot, but the problem is so extensive that every hand should be on deck to assist in solving or even ameliorating the problem, the challenge. So we felt that we should start something and see how we can galvanize Nigerians, sensitize Nigerians to partake in reducing this plague or scourge of out-of-school children.
This is an internally displaced people's camp in New Kuchingoro, near Abuja. The people here are victims of a war by Boko Haram terrorist group against their country, Nigeria. Most of the children here, like in many other IDP camps scattered all over the country, were in school but have been forced out of school for reasons which border mainly on funds.
I was depending on my grandfather for schooling, but now unfortunately he's gone because of this insurgency. So I'm not having any sponsor to take me further.
I'm in school. I'm in SS1 because of this Boko Haram. I leave my school. I come to Abuja and my parents not have money to pay this Abuja school and transport money. Go and come back. Don't have money.
I do nothing because as I graduate, crisis started due to the condition where we find ourselves. That's why I see myself here.
We have those that are not going to school because of one reason or the other. Some, maybe they don't have money to finance or to buy some materials for the schooling. Some that are up to a secondary school level, there is no any secondary school that we can afford to pay for the school fees or to pay for the registration. That's from JS1 to SS3.
Kana makaranta to me yasa ba ka makaranta yanzu?
Yanzu Boko Haram ya kore ni.
Boko Haram sun kore ku? Okay, da ka ji karan bindiga sai shi yasa yanzu ba ka makaranta. To me kake yana?
Ina so da shago can.
Okay, yanzu me yasa ba ka makaranta?
Ba babana ne.
Ba ka makaranta. Kana gan ka samu wanda zai tamake ka ya saka makaranta zaka je? To me yasa ba kai ki makaranta a sake primary ko ba?
Ba kudi.
Ba kudi. Ba kudi ba za ki ci gaba da makaranta ba. To yayi kyau. Wani aiki kina yi yanzu?
Ba na aikin komai.
The only school in the camp is this one, established by a missionary group. But it has places for children from primary 1 to 4 only. The others cannot afford the cost of attending schools in the Federal Capital Territory.
So our children that they are in secondary school before, up to now they are not going to school because we doesn't have the money that I went to the one school, was it last year, to ask. They charge us about 22,000 for each person. So we doesn't have that money. So our children that they are in secondary school before, up to now they are not going to school.
Our children in Gigna, New Kuchingoro, and in many other parts of the country are children with high hopes for a better and brighter future.
I think I want to further my education for my community to benefit from me.
I want to be a nurse because I want to help the people and I will help myself.
Ina son zama aikin san aiki.
Ka samu aiki kamar wani aiki?
Ko soja ko me likita. Ina son zama pastor, doctor.
I hope to be a nurse.
Should we dash their hopes? Should we deny them their right to education when we can afford to help them? Should we wait until they become willing recruits for insurgency groups like Boko Haram? Should we not heed their cries for help?
It's lack of education that brought about this insurgents in our state. So had it been there is education, this insurgent of thing will not have taken place. So education is very, very vital.
We are telling federal government that let him try to consider us, especially concerning the school. Let him attach us with the one government school so that our children that they are in secondary school, they can go there for the schooling.
Government can even help to give us some of our school the scholarship. Yes, scholarship. If government can come to this wider community, maybe they will come and carry 5 or 6 children and give them scholarship. They will go to primary school, go to senior school, go to university. Maybe they finish their school. Tomorrow when they come back for university, they can even train them to abroad. By the time they come back, the other community now, when they become big men, they will carry the younger one to follow the business. That illiteracy can wipe out for that community.
If we can get Nigerians to sponsor children, we have even many public schools that are available. Sponsor a child to go to school. Our duty will be to find out from some communities how many children are there to sponsor. There are some communities that don't have schools, especially some of these settler communities, settlements that don't have schools within 1 kilometer radius. So can Nigerian individuals, in collaboration with the Education Secretariat and the Education Ministries, assist in even putting up temporary structures, mobile structures that will allow children to go to school? Can Nigerians even volunteer to take some of their free time to teach? We believe that the insurgents feed on these out-of-school children who, some of them on the streets, some of them are really not properly employed. These are the swarm for the insurgents to feed on. And the more we take these children out of that scenario, the better for us. Let's put them into the formal education system. Let's see that they are properly oriented and cultured, and that will deny insurgents access to them.
When we do these little things, we shall be telling our children, especially the indigent ones, fear not, your future is bright. Join the crusade. Support a child to be in school.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is to formally again welcome all of us here and to continuously and profusely apologize for the delay in the kickoff of this very auspicious occasion, the National Assembly Dialogue on the Economy, Security, and Development. Any moment from now, this program will commence in earnest. The Speaker of the House of Representatives and other top echelon of the National Assembly are on their way. They were otherwise delayed at an occasion at the Presidential Villa, but we have reliable information that the Speaker of the House of Representatives is on his way. Having said that, may we formally recognize and formally welcome Bishop of the Sokoto Catholic Diocese, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka. You're welcome, sir. Please give him a very big round of applause. Also here is Deputy Chief Whip of the House of Representatives, Honorable Pali Iriasi. You're welcome, sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may we welcome His Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara. You're most welcome, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us formally welcome and recognize the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara. Without much ado, let's have the national anthem. Please remain standing for the second stanza of the national anthem. 1, 2, 3. O God of creation, direct our noble cause. Guide thou our leaders right, our youth their truth to know. In love and honesty to grow and live in just and true. Great lofty heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice reign. Thank you, and remain seated. That serves as our opening prayer. Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara. Let us formally recognize him and formally welcome him with a big round of applause. Principal officers of the Senate and the House of Representatives, distinguished senators, honorable members of the House of Representatives, Deputy Governor, Kano State, Professor Hafiz Abubakar, former senators, former members of the House of Representatives, Chairman Conference of Speakers of the State Houses of Assembly, represented by Right Honorable Ali Ahmad, Speaker, Kwara State House of Assembly. If he's here, he can come over to the high table to take his seat. Right Honorable Ali Ahmad, representing the Chairman, Conference of Speakers of the State House of Assemblies. Speakers of the other State House of Assembly here present, Deputy Speakers of the State Houses of Assembly here present, the Clerk to the National Assembly, Alhaji Salisu Abubakar Mekaswa, MNI. Please give him a big round of applause as he comes over here to take his seat. Clerk of the House of Representatives, Muhammad Sani Omolori. A big round of applause, please, for him. Former clerks of the National Assembly here present, Director General, National Institute for Legislative Studies, Your Excellencies, distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps, secretaries, directorates in the National Assembly, directors of the National Assembly, Your Royal Highnesses, resource persons, dialogue facilitators, ladies and gentlemen. You are all welcome to this national dialogue on security, economy, and development, organized by the National Assembly and facilitated by the National Institute for Legislative Studies. The two-day dialogue on the economy, development, and security is to demonstrate the role of the legislature in promoting good governance and its wider role in steering the Nigerian economy. The overall objective of this dialogue is to provide an avenue for all the stakeholders to engage and interact on the current economic challenges facing Nigeria and explore ways to rehabilitate and reconstruct social and economic infrastructure in Nigeria. We are all aware of the noble roles and mandates of a legislature, namely representation, legislation, appropriation, and oversight. It appears this 8th National Assembly is going further to re-engage critical stakeholders to find solutions to the myriad problems and challenges of Nigeria's economy, security, and development, and for that to become another input of the 8th National Assembly to the governance challenges Nigeria is bedeviled with. Please give the National Assembly a big round of applause for this initiative. It is on this note that I have the privilege to call on the Clerk of the National Assembly, Alhaji Abubakar Salisu Mekaswa, to give his welcome address.
Your Excellency, Your Excellency, the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, distinguished members of the High Table, the leadership of the Senate and the House of Representatives, former presiding officers here present, distinguished senators, honorable members of the House of Representatives, the Chairman, Conference of Speakers, another speaker, honorable speakers of the State House of Assembly, honorable members of the House of Assembly here present, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, former clerks of the National Assembly, Chairman of Sessions, resource persons and participants, the management of the National Assembly and that of the National Institute for Legislative Studies, distinguished invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my cherished and singular honor and privilege to welcome you all to this very important and historic dialogue, National Assembly dialogue on economy, security, and development. We are indeed grateful to all of you for accepting to participate actively at this timely forum. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is globally acknowledged that the legislature occupies a central position in the machinery of governance as a representative body. It is traditionally vested with formal lawmaking powers, functions, and has broad oversight functions executed through special and standing committees. Another feature of the legislature is that it is involved in formulation of public policies. Since the restoration of democratic rule in 1999, the National Assembly has been pursuing the mandate of initiating debates and discussions on matters affecting the generality of the people. Such activities have focused on reversing the declining economy, stabilizing the polity, and integrating the various societal interests with a view to enhancing national development. It is therefore in the discharge of this role that the National Assembly organized this national dialogue on economy, security, and development with the following specific objectives. One, to consider ways of addressing the immediate social, economic, and developmental challenges facing the country. Two, to develop appropriate policies and programs related to the challenges of security. Three, to develop ideas and initiatives on how to reduce corruption and inefficiency in governance and generally reduce the cost of governance. Four, to develop strategies and development and key priorities to facilitate Nigeria's economic reconstruction programs, and lastly, to develop a post-conflict social program aimed at enhancing the capacity of Nigerians affected by the Boko Haram insurgency and the Niger Delta militancy to establish normal economic and social activities. Accordingly, the National Assembly has assembled a cream of tested, experienced, and versatile resource persons of international and national repute to tackle the crucial and fundamental issues of this subject matter. It is earnestly hoped that the ideas and recommendations that will be generated at the end of this dialogue will reposition and enhance the capacity of the National Assembly in the Herculean task of lawmaking, oversight functions, and representation for overall national development. It is pertinent to place on record the critical and supporting roles played by the leadership of the National Assembly, distinguished senators, honorary members, management of the National Assembly, the National Institute for Legislative Studies, in the successful organization of this dialogue. We are indeed very grateful. Once again, I welcome you all to this conference and wish you fruitful, rewarding, and enriching deliberations. May the Almighty God continue to guide and protect our leaders and our country. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so very much. That has been the clerk to the National Assembly, Alhaji Salisu Abubakar Mekaswa, OON, MNI, the Chiroma of Kefi in Nasarawa State, and of course the #1 legislative officer in Nigeria. Let's put our hands together once more for this distinguished and seasoned bureaucrat. Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, distinguished senators, honorable members, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, permit me at this point in time to invite the Chairman of Conference of Speakers of State Legislatures of Nigeria, the Right Honorable Abdul Karim Lawan, who is ably represented here by a one-time member of the House of Representatives and now Speaker of Kwara State House of Assembly, the Right Honorable Ali Ahmad. Let's put our hands together as I invite Right Honorable Ali Ahmad for a goodwill message on behalf of all the speakers of state assemblies in Nigeria. Thank you.
The Right Honorable Speaker, the House of Representatives, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, former Speaker, House of Representatives, former senators here present, governors and deputy governors here present, and with nostalgia, I will mention honorable members of the House of Representatives. I can see three sets. Those who were at the 7th Assembly and not in the 8th Assembly. Those who were not in the 7th Assembly and only in the 8th Assembly. And those who were both in the 7th Assembly and the 8th Assembly as well. I recognize you especially. My colleagues, honorable speakers of States Assembly and members of the States Assemblies, clerks of the National Assembly, traditional rulers, gentlemen of the press, please permit me to adopt the speech of Right Honorable Abdul Karim Lawan, who is the Chairman, Conference of Speakers of State Legislatures of Nigeria. It is my pleasure to give these brief remarks at this laudable event, and on behalf of the Conference of Speakers and indeed all the state legislators, I sincerely appreciate the efforts of the organizers for making this noble idea a reality. We share in the objectives of this dialogue as the representatives of the people at the grassroots level. We pledge to make relevant laws that will bring about sustainable economic development in the country. And of course, such a feat cannot be achieved without massive provision of jobs for our team in youth, and indeed develop ideas and initiatives on how to reduce corruption and inefficiency in governance, as well as reduction in the cost of governance in Nigeria. I believe, finally, that the array of resource persons assembled to present papers in this national dialogue will do justice to the topics under deliberation. On this note, and on behalf of the Conference of Speakers of State Legislatures, I thank the organizers for their great efforts on this event. And I thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me and this my long speech. Thank you very much.
Let's have another big round of applause for Right Honorable Ali Ahmad, Speaker, Kwara State House of Assembly, former member of the House of Representatives, who spoke on behalf of the chairperson of the Conference of Speakers of the State Houses of Assembly. The next item on the agenda is remarks by the President, ECOWAS Commission. He is here represented by the Vice President of the ECOWAS Commission, Mr. Toga McIntosh. A big round of applause as he comes.
His Excellency, Right Honorable Yakubu Dugara, Speaker of House of Representatives, Excellency, the Deputy President of the Senate, my dear friend and brother, Royal Highnesses in our midst, distinguished honorable members of the Nigerian Senate, honorable members of the Nigerian National Assembly, Director General and staff of the National Institute for Legislative Studies, Excellencies, Ambassadors accredited to the Capitol, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. His Excellency, the President of the ECOWAS Commission, who would have loved to be here with you, but could not, due to other equally important engagements. He has designated me to present the community's goodwill message to you on his behalf. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, many times, policy and decision makers to examine not more than one or two dependent variables within the socio-economic development process. The program before you for today and tomorrow has placed on the table a different but a more effective approach. The dialogue brings together essential fundamentals needed for enhancing the economy and consolidating the overall national development process of Nigeria. Secondly, the dialogue is in search of ways to deepen the understanding, appreciation, and commitment of the National Assembly through its members in playing a beautiful role. A role in ensuring and expanding the process and the outcomes of good governance institutions and practices. Third, the dialogue is also in search for appropriate tools and policies to better steer the Nigerian economy beyond current production and distribution frontiers. We, at the Commission, commend and congratulate you, the organizers of this great event, for placing these critical interdependent issues on the table at once. When all stakeholders are engaged in exploring and putting in place an effective and sustainable governance system and process, particularly those to deal with current economic and development challenges facing the government and the people of Nigeria, then the road to sustain national development becomes straight and also becomes smooth. Stakeholders like yourselves gather to debate and discuss and find common ground on issues that are facing the country, then the road to development becomes straight and the tax becomes smooth. In this regard, appropriate strategies, policies, and programs are needed. They are required, indeed, to address the existing social, economic, and development challenges as the nation moves ahead. We trust that a common ground can be found and the necessary commitment consolidated around these issues during your deliberations. We are equally convinced that what will be derived from this dialogue will go a very long way in ensuring success in advancing your national security agenda. And it will also go a long way in enhancing the process of socio-economic development within the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Our message and plea, therefore, is for each and every member of the National Assembly to seize this critical moment, to strengthen your resolve, and to coordinate your actions towards obtaining desired results, months, even years beyond this dialogue of today and tomorrow. Our best wishes, and I thank you for your invitation to be a part of this great event. Another big round of applause to the ECOWAS Vice President of the ECOWAS Commission, please. At this juncture, let us formally recognize and welcome Deputy President of the Senate, His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Ike Ekweremadu, CFR. He is also Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament and Chairman Governing Board of the National Institute for Legislative Studies, NILS. For another remark, let us welcome and call to the podium His Royal Highness Eze Obidigu Onyeso, MFR JP, Eweliano II Ezenri, for his remark at this occasion. Your Royal Highness.
Your Excellencies, the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, distinguished senators, members of the House of Representatives, resource people, ladies and gentlemen, I hope I have observed all necessary protocol. Good morning. I feel highly elated and count myself very fortunate to be part of these events today. All this has happened to give the grassroots a say, where things go. I thank you all. I thank you all for giving us the opportunity to speak. This historic event is one of the first time what is happening and the extension to the grassroots is made. We are very happy. The Nigerian economy is, we all know what it is today, and it requires an intervention of the kind we are seeing today so that we can move it forward. We are very grateful, and we're all here taking part in this event. Thank you very much for this, for giving us the opportunity. And we all know the kind of things happening to us in Nigeria today. We have all these positive things happening, and these fears, emergency news, but these things happening is a threat to our ethnic challenges, and we in the grassroots wish that you all present here today guide us on what is happening. It is a truism regional disparities in the development exist in this dear country today. These disparities are due to the number of factors, which include history, culture, endowment, and politics. Sadly, these factors have contributed to the peculiar security and developmental challenges in the different regions of the country. For example, environmental degradation and militancy in the Niger Delta due to petroleum extraction from the area. The Boko Haram and desert encroachment in some parts of the northern Nigeria, while some southern states are bedeviled with kidnapping, robbery, gully erosions, and precision tracks here and there. We thank for all this. The decision of the economic security and development in Nigeria fails to recognize these events will be in a disparate position. So for this and more, it has therefore become imperative to put in place the policies of programs aimed at discussing and addressing poverty, on development, on employment, and lack of economic diversification. And to achieve the desired change of the present administration, ladies and gentlemen, a country is only great by what it does and not what it has. The National Assembly Dialogue on Economic and Security and Development presents an opportunity for a robust discussion, policy and programs to address the fierce emergency now that we live in well and agreed on a trajectory to achieve the sustainable growth, the part of the country. I therefore commend the members of the 8th National Assembly, the organizers of this dialogue. Fellow countrymen, I wish to congratulate the organizers. I wish to equally to carry on what I've seen today and see that Nigeria is at work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Your Royal Highness Ezenri Obidego Onyeso. Thank you so very much. Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, represented here by His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Institute for Legislative Studies, Excellency, Mr. Speaker, distinguished participants, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. At this point in time, it is my singular honor and privilege to invite His Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, for his remarks. Your Excellency, sir, let's put our hands together as we invite him to the podium, please. Thank you.
presiding officers of the House of Representatives, ably led by Right Honorable Gani Umar Naaba, the DG Nils, who has helped to facilitate this event, clerks of the National Assembly, former clerks of the National Assembly who are here, the President of the ECOWAS Commission, distinguished invited resource persons who are with us here, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, men of the press. Let me first of all apologize for starting late. It wasn't deliberate. It was because there was a function organized by the executive, as well as launching the Armed Forces Remembrance Emblem, which I'm wearing here. And because the Senate President wasn't around, I felt that there was need for the National Assembly to be adequately represented at that function in view of the untold sacrifices that our armed forces are making in combating terrorism and other social ills in the society. So that was why we had to delay the opening of this conference. I hope my apology is accepted. And let me say that I welcome you all, let me warmly welcome you all to this National Assembly Dialogue, which is a forum for generation and processing of legislative ideas for economic recovery, security, architecture, and general development of the nation. This dialogue by the National Assembly, which is facilitated by the National Institute for Legislative Studies, is indicative of the unity of both chambers of the National Assembly and signposts the methodology of legislative cooperation and synergy of the 8th National Assembly. It is hoped that this dialogue will address the burning questions of the day and should proffer workable solutions to guard both the executive and legislative arms of government, especially at this early period of President Muhammadu Buhari's administration. The 8th House of Representatives very early in its life debated and adopted a legislative agenda. As a matter of fact, for the first time in the history of the National Assembly, the Senate also followed suit and adopted its own version of the legislative agenda. We set out a legislative compass to guide our business for the next 4 years. The agenda addressed in detail all the issues facing us today. Without preempting the remarks of the presenter of the House's legislative agenda perspectives, it is necessary to touch on a few areas of the agenda that concerns us today. The House of Representatives committed itself in its legislative agenda to a review of the national budgetary process and the revamping the national economy and development with subtopics such as legislative measures to tackle non-remittance of internally generated revenue and leakages, infrastructure development, legislative initiative on new cities and regional hubs of development, legislative initiative on Northeast and the Niger Delta, legislative initiative on unemployment, mortgages, legislative initiative on power, legislative initiative on security, legislative initiative on economic diversification. The House further committed itself in specific terms to a review of the budgetary process with emphasis on the following. Permit me to bore you down with this lengthy presentation of those areas of emphasis which I believe will form an integral part of our committed to promotion of an inclusive budgetary process, seeks the cooperation of the executive in institutionalizing pre-budget interface and consultations, adoption of an effective medium-term expenditure framework, which is known as MTEF, strict compliance with the provision of the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007, insistence on prioritization of budget expenditure that reflects approved budget lines, zero tolerance for non-implementation of capital projects as approved in annual budget, effective monitoring and evaluation of expenditure and of outcomes achieved, which is value for many, revisiting the Constitution amendment passed by the 7th House mandating the President to submit his budget proposals at least 3 months before the end of a fiscal year, instead of at any time before the end of the fiscal year currently provided for by the Constitution. This is critical in passing annual appropriation bills. Possibility of conducting public hearing on the budget before legislative approval, as this exposes the national budget to increase citizen and stakeholder participation. The House also committed itself to ensuring proper functioning and operation of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, including a possible review of the Act to streamline budgetary processes. The House shall also insist on timely release of appropriated funds and general implementation of the budget. The Nigerian people are entitled to feel the impact of governance through the appropriation mechanism and process. We cannot meaningfully discuss the improvement of the national economy without discussing priority legislation in this field. Undoubtedly, one of the most important pieces of legislation is the Petroleum Industry Bill. This is necessary because oil and gas still accounts for over 70% of our foreign exchange earnings in spite of the rapid fall in oil prices. We therefore cannot afford not to organize the sector in such a manner as to benefit the nation. In this regard, may I call on the President as the Minister of Petroleum to, as a matter of urgency, transmit a bill to the National Assembly on how his administration intends to reorganize the petroleum sector. The PIB has had a checkered history. It was introduced late in the life of the 6th Assembly and was not passed. In the 7th Assembly, a private member bill was introduced in the first month of that Assembly based on the expectation of the 6th Assembly. However, the last administration informally indicated that it preferred an executive bill on the matter, which took over 2 years to materialize. It was passed only by the House of Representatives very late in its tenure without the Senate concurrence. Investment decisions, therefore, in this field cannot continue to wait. Clarity on the legal framework for oil and gas in Nigeria is crucial to our economy. Contrary to the assertion that the size of the bill is the problem, the fact remains that an early introduction of the bill will lead to its early passage. Priority legislation that can help jumpstart the economy includes the competition and consumer protection laws, and indeed other laws that touch on the economic well-being of Nigeria. The 8th House will partner with the executive arm to introduce legislation that will not only ensure that the change we seek is possible, but that it is sustained and ingrained in our politics. Anti-corruption legislation and oversight will be a major contribution of Parliament to the change that has come to Nigeria. As I have
said elsewhere, the National Assembly remains the only arm of government specifically charged with responsibility by the Constitution to expose corruption, inefficiency, or waste in the execution or administration of laws within its legislative competence and in the disbursement or administration of funds appropriated by it. Section 88, Section 2B, the 1999 Constitution as amended, speak glowingly in this term. The enduring fight against corruption must be waged through the instrumentality of law and legislation. People can only be accountable when the law is clear and when it is enforced clearly and firmly. While we'll await the decision of Mr. President on whether to merge EFCC and ICPC, the urgent legislative undertaking now is to strengthen the independence and impartiality of the heads of these agencies by requiring the consent of the Senate to their appointment and removal from office. This will ensure that they are not whimsically removed when they disagree with the sitting president. Pundits have always raised issues on the effectiveness of motions and oversight functions of the National Assembly, and in general, the National Assembly's contribution to the national economy. But just last week, the Senate passed a resolution to investigate the payment of consultants involved with the new TSA administration. 24 hours later, the CBN ordered the company to return billions of naira, which the company has since complied with. This has been achieved by just a single motion. Several other examples abound. The legislature may be slow, but its contribution to our democracy and economic development is assured. We cannot discuss issues of development and economy without discussing of the budget process in Nigeria. Mr. President should follow up the implementation of the TSA with another bold and courageous move to capture all expenditure by all MDAs in one single national budget. No longer should the income and expenditure of some revenue earning agencies be an attachment or addendum to the national budget, but should be an integral and form part of it. It should be part of the aggregate figures that make up the entire national budget. Such agencies should include the NNPC, the NPA, the MASA, Customs and Excise, Federal Inland Revenue Service, the NCC, and other agencies of government. Conclusion, let me say that this roundtable should also consider whether it is appropriate to continue to maintain January to December as the financial year. This is very, very important. In the alternative, the National Assembly may prescribe the financial year to be 12 months from the date of the signing of the appropriation bill. This is because the only way a budget will have any realistic chance of full implementation is if it is operated for 12 clear 12 calendar months, in line with the spirit from 318 of the 1999 Constitution as amended. This roundtable has security as one of its main themes. That the security situation in Nigeria is very bad is common knowledge and needs no repetition here. We should be rather concerned with legislative solutions to the problem. We need to think outside the box. It seems to me that the time has come for us to examine the legal and constitutional framework for policing in Nigeria. decentralized police force as Nigerians in their communities are better placed to detect criminals in their midst. We look forward for further guidance by experts in this regard for your recommendations. Furthermore, it has become necessary, in my view, for the appointment and removal of the Inspector General of Police to receive the blessing of at least the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This will also ensure some measure of operational independence and command integrity. Policing, however, must exist side by side with economic empowerment of the people, for it is said that an idle mind is the devil's workshop. To this end, we support the idea of a Northeast Development Commission to mobilize and channel resources for development in the Northeast zone in an organized and orderly manner. In the House of Representatives, we have taken the unprecedented step of creating a new committee on IDPs, refugees, and government initiative on the Northeast to oversight development in this area. Finally, Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, I wish us successful deliberation. May God bless you all, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you so very much, Excellency Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara. Let's put our hands together once more for this distinguished gentleman. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Another big round of applause to His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives. Let's put our hands together again as we welcome and recognize formally, and if I dare say, I think the very first event he will be attending as Honorable Minister of the Federal Republic, Minister of Solid Minerals, former Governor of Ekiti State, Dr. Kayode Fayemi. Please welcome. Also, put your hands together as we welcome and recognize Special Advisor to the President of National Assembly Matters, Senate, Senator Idayana. Put your hands together again for Air Marshal Alamin Dagash, former Chief of Defense. At this point, we have the honor and privilege to call on the Senate President and Chairman of the National Assembly, here ably represented by the Deputy Senate President, Senator Ike Ekweremadu, to deliver the keynote address at this dialogue. Another big round of applause.
Your Excellency, Speaker, my friend and colleague, Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, former Chairman of House Services. Very distinguished colleagues, because we've taken so much time, I will plead that we stand on existing protocols and make progress. I would like to join the Speaker in apologizing for the late commencement of this program. For those of you who are very conversant with this program, this is certainly not in our character. I'd like to assure that this will not happen again. When Mr. Speaker apologized, I had expected an applause to that. It didn't happen. So I will give you a hand of applause, please. Distinguished colleagues, the President of the Senate is unavoidably absent. Asked me to represent him and present his address. I had to leave Enugu this morning by road
great here to be able to be part of this. And that is part of the situation we found ourselves. Things are so hard now. Make sure you travel by road more often. I'm sure you get the message. Thank you. Dear colleagues, there is certainly no doubt that our country is facing one of the most challenging times as a nation today. These challenges further mostly on securing our people's lives and property, ensuring inclusive growth, and delivering good governance. Dealing with these issues will take a mix of the right leadership and policies underpinned by well-reasoned legislative interventions. Thankfully, the Senate has delivered to Mr. President its ministerial nominees who have been sworn in and have already sworn to action. I'd like to welcome one of them here, our friend, Mr. Fayemi. The feeling across the country is that we are blessed with the right quality of leadership today across the nation that can apply the right initiatives robust enough to deal with these challenges. As pointed out, laws matter a great deal in delivering economic development, sovereignty, and freedom. Formulating the right policy and legislative interventions will require obtaining the right information. This is why a forum like this is highly needed to provide practicable options to move the country to a desired state of safety, ensuring a well-managed and developed economy where the citizens actively participate in the process of growth and share meaningfully these benefits. On its part, the 8th National Assembly will work closely with the executive arm of government in confronting those challenges in order to achieve the desired goals of inclusive growth and development, good governance, and security of lives, property, and secure borders. To be able to do this, the 8th National Assembly has proposed a legislative agenda to address the challenges retarding our progress as a nation. The key elements of the agenda provides for, among others, taking necessary legislative steps to 1. Address security and national economic challenges, poverty, infrastructure decline, wastages in government, leakages in revenue, and of course corruption. 2. Promote equality and inclusiveness and ensure that the rights of women, youth, and vulnerable persons in society are addressed. And 3. Ensure that the budget process is made to deliver on objectives of development. 5. Studies have shown that countries with well-positioned and effective legislature not only possesses higher levels of economic growth, but they also attain higher levels of development in all ramifications. Thus, there is a general and growing consensus that political institutions like the legislature are critical for economic growth and development, and that the promotion and achievement of economic growth and development in the country is a product of both process and content of legislation. Legislation facilitates accountability, transparency, certainty, competitiveness, continuous improvement, efficiency, innovation, integration, evidence-based decision-making, and responsibility. I'll now turn on the role of the National Assembly in improving the economy. We in the National Assembly are aware of the enormous challenges we face. No doubt, we are aware of dwindling revenues to government, but we also see this as an opportunity to look inwards, to take advantage of our obviously untapped economic opportunities, relying on our people's knowledge of economics and innovation. The National Assembly will contribute to an economic reform agenda aimed at expanding economic space for business, ensuring private sector involvement in infrastructure development, technology integration, and the modernization of the regulatory environment for ease of doing business and the protection of consumers. Through legislation, the National Assembly will address the various factors that have contributed enormously to slowing down the country's growth and development momentum, such as obsolete laws, weak governance, and regulatory framework
respecting public accountability and justice. Accordingly, the National Assembly will lay emphasis on a number of areas on the economic front to remove impediments, such as security of investment and private sector equity, infrastructure financing, innovation and credit, and improving business regulation climate. The Senate will work with the House to build a strong coalition which seeks to lay out an aggressive legislative pathway that will enable private sector capital creation and development of private sector resources with a view to closing the infrastructure deficit through private sector participation, creating the necessary legal environment for private sector investment to thrive, and participation in the infrastructure market through regulatory reforms that are less cumbersome, greater transparency, and rule of law. Expanding the credit market through better credit preferences and reduction of the high level of credit risk in the system, and opening new frontiers for business and opportunities for job creation, wealth management through well-tailored legal support. The National Assembly expects to provide legislative intervention in sectoral areas such as agriculture, taxation, maritime, telecommunication, petroleum, infrastructure, road and railway reforms, transport, ports and harbor, market competition, and consumer protection. Some of the expected bills to be processed include the following: the institutional restructuring of the NMPC bill, the e-commerce protection law, critical infrastructure protection bill, market competition bill, equipment bill, credit bureau and referencing bill, agricultural credit and loan scheme bill, private sector infrastructure investment protection and regulation bill, road sector reform bill, railway sector reform bill, ports and harbor reform bill, regulatory impact assessment bill, as well as the climate change bill. The role of National Assembly in achieving good governance and security. On this part, the National Assembly will step up its role in promoting good governance and security of lives and property by scaling up its effectiveness and efficiency in the performance of its primary function of lawmaking, representation and oversight of the executive arm of government, to ensure that the government is accountable to the people from where it derives its sovereignty. Oversight will be strengthened to reduce wastage, plug loopholes, and ensure value for money in governance. The oversight functions will perform collaboratively and not disruptively. Basically, the 8th National Assembly will pursue the following bills, among others, aimed at improving governance: the Budget Reform Bill, Ecological Funds Utilization Amendment Bill, Excess Food Account Management Bill, Executive Bodies Independent Protection Law, Federal Funding Accountability and Transparency Act, National Assembly Budget Research Bill, the Government Performance and Results Act, Subsidies Savings Utilization Management Bill, Police Reform Bill, Justice Reform Bill, Criminal Procedure Law Amendment Bill, as well as the Whistleblowers Protection Bill. In conclusion, I wish to reiterate that good governance and leadership are critical factors in nation building and development. Nations are built by healthy and skilled citizens. On grounds of both equity and efficiency, we need to promote access of the majority of the Nigerian population to basic education, health, and housing. Nigeria needs a social contract where its citizens are basic for demanding their loyalty and support, as well as leaders who will lead by example and uphold and respect the rule of law. The fostering of security cannot be achieved in isolation, as the reduction of unemployment through the channeling of the abundant talent and human capital into productive ventures to reduce crime and criminality. Agitations of all sorts, which weakens legitimacy, can be reduced when citizens have more faith and trust in governance because of the perception that their welfare and interests are catered for with equity and justice. A culture which enhances loyalty and commitment to collective welfare and national purpose is imperative to lasting peace and security. Credible enforcement machinery is the bastion of good security. Refinement of laws, the strengthening of institutional capacity and maintenance of the operational preparedness of security forces for prompt response to any emergency and deter crime and public disobedience. Above all, building a large sense of community and commitment to the common good among Nigerians to serve the security interests greater than all the forces in the world. Finally, I wish to assure that the National Assembly will support the change agenda of the present government, particularly the anti-corruption stance aimed at sanitizing the body policy and achieving the desired national development goals. On this note, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to further adopt all the statements made by Mr. Speaker and the previous speakers to say that we support this initiative and believe that though we are starting quite late, that this will eventually achieve its desired goal. Once more, I apologize for starting quite late and believe that we will all work towards the achievement of the goal set for this program. God bless you all.
Another big round of applause for the Senate President, here ably represented by the Deputy Senate President, Senator A.K. Ekweremadu. That keynote address formally ends the formal opening session of this dialogue. And I've been directed to say that we are proceeding with the first technical session of the dialogue, where the issue of the National Assembly legislative agenda, security, economy, and development, the agenda of the federal government, and the budget process, oversight, and development will be the focus at this first technical session. And the first technical session will be chaired by no other person but the representative of the Senate President, Senator A.K. Ekweremadu, the Deputy Senate President. Please give him a very big round of applause. To present papers and speak at this very first technical session are the following: Honorable Aisha Jibril Duku, Chairman, House Committee on Electoral Matters, who will be speaking on the House legislative agenda. The second speaker will be the representative of Emir of Kano, Alhaji Muhammadu Sanusi II, in person of the Magajin Rafin Kano, Alhaji Shehu Muhammad. The third speaker will be former Nigeria's Minister of Finance between 2008 and 2010, in person of Dr. Mansur Mukhtar. Also to speak at the first technical session, Mr. Tunde Lawal, representing a director representing the National Planning Commission. These are the four personalities to speak at the first technical session of this National Assembly dialogue on economy, security, and development. Please give them a very big round of applause as they come over to the high table. And without much ado, we hand over the entire proceedings to the chairman of the first technical session, in person of the Deputy Senate President, Senator A.K. Ekweremadu. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, our leader and speaker of the House of Representatives, I'd like to seek indulgence to quickly commence this first technical session. As you have, can we settle down, please? As you can see from the program, the first technical session is on the economy and governance. I think this topic is quite important to all of us, and indeed very critical at this moment of our national life, that we are witnessing a downward trend in the economy occasioned by the low price of oil. It is evident in our constitution that the primary purpose of government is the protection of lives and property. But this can only happen in an atmosphere of good governance and a robust economy. So it is important that we look at the correlation between economy and governance and see the responsibility of different arms of government in ensuring not only good governance, but that we have a robust economy. We have very distinguished resource persons that will take us through this very critical topic. But let me once more acknowledge the presence of Speaker Gali Naba, who has always attended all our functions. I want to thank you for your continued support to the National Assembly. Of course, I would like to further recognize our former clerks of National Assembly. I can see that they are not only here, but here in very good health. So we want to thank God for sustaining you in good health and for you making yourself available to avail us your experience and expertise. So you are most welcome. Our colleagues from the various House of Assembly, it is important that you are here so that you can also take the benefits of the outcome of this deliberation. What we have is a federation or federalism, but that kind of federalism must be cooperative to ensure that we have some coordination between the states and the federal government in terms of policy formulation and implementation. So the right mix of people are here to listen to the topic that will be discussed by various resource persons. As I said, government is a shared responsibility. Even in terms of good governance and the economic management, the National Assembly has its own responsibilities, just as the executive arm of government. That is why we will be expecting the National Assembly to present the well-thought-out legislative agenda that will help to drive the economy we're expecting. So it is on this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that is now my pleasure to invite Honorable Duku, who will now present the legislative agenda of our highly revered House of Representatives to this audience. Honorable Duku. We'll be expecting that it will be done in summary. That is the directive of Mr. Speaker.
Distinguished leaders of the Senate and other senators, my highly respected colleagues, honorable members, clerk to the National Assembly, our own Muhammad Sani Omolori, the Deputy Governor of Kano State, DG Niels, former members of the National Assembly, speakers, our royal fathers, members of the press, good afternoon. Let me start by thanking the Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, for making my job easy. He has already, spoken on the 8th legislative agenda. It is also pertinent to emphasize that the House of Representatives started the 8th legislative agenda, which the Senate concurred. We thank you, Senate President, for seeing what we have done and concurring. The 8th House of Representatives marks the beginning of a new era in the history of legislature in Nigeria. The House takes off against a background of huge expectations from the populace about the way government business is conducted. The legislative agenda of the 8th House of Representatives has addressed these expectations and will reverse the citizens' perception and distrust in our public institutions. Our people will finally understand the workings of the legislature and will see it functioning in full force at all levels. Accountability and transparency is the backbone of the workings of the 8th Assembly, and to build a house with integrity and capacity to effectively and efficiently deliver on its constitutional and legislative mandate. Due to our bicameral legislative structure, it is necessary to emphasize that the House of Representatives will work hand in hand with the Senate and other arms of government for our collective good. The legislative agenda of the 8th Assembly shall also live up to the expectations of the people and regain the trust of the electorates by being very transparent in all ramifications. It is important to specifically point to the fact that we are here to serve the general public and will work our best to better our great country, Nigeria. The 8th House of Representatives will assert its role in providing leadership in the areas of accountable and transparent government, citizens' engagement, and constituency representation. The legislative agenda of the 8th Assembly also provides the necessary framework for the House to work assiduously to improve the governance process in Nigeria by legislating to cut the cost of running government, reduce wastage, and eliminate national revenue leakages. The legislative agenda of the 8th Assembly has placed the House of Representatives as the People's Parliament that will pursue action that enhances citizens' trust in our ability to stand up for their good. The House will work as the institution that defends the right of the people to a proper, accountable, and transparent government in Nigeria. One of the key points of our legislative agenda is the e-Parliament. Today, over 50% of the world's legislative chambers have employed and actively utilized the e-parliamentary structure. We are past the age of the ayes and the nays. Ladies and gentlemen, the e-parliamentary system gives the opportunity to be accountable and transparent. No honorable member of the House would like to see his or her bill rejected just because the nays are louder. Same way, the general citizen will want to know whether his or her constituency representative voted for or against a certain bill. The e-Parliament is the key solution to better accountability, transparency, and generally better legislation. This, however, brings us back to the needs assessment of the legislative agenda, which provides that all legislators need to be ICT literate. The capacity of members and the chambers must be built so as to meet up with the challenges of modern-day legislation. We have seen how effective the e-parliamentary system can be on the international stage, where different countries represent their national interests without hindrance. A good example is the European Parliament, which consists of over 751 members from different European countries. This does not just work in Europe, but also here in Africa. South Africa is one of the African countries that have implemented and are currently using the e-parliamentary system. As best practice, we will strive to make our e-parliamentary system even better than theirs. The House of Representative members now have an established proper code of conduct, and whoever transgresses beyond those boundaries will face the full wrath of the law accordingly. The legislative agenda of the 8th Assembly recognizes the fact that communication is critical for the House to work. Communication within members of the House, between the House and the Senate, between the National Assembly as a whole, with other arms of the government, is simplified and made easy to access. The 8th Assembly is giving the Northeast special attention because of backdrops caused by the insurgency ravaging the region. Illiteracy rates are higher than it has ever been, and this should be a worrying concern for every Nigerian. Economic activities have dropped to zero, and that explains the abject poverty situation in the region. So deliberate legislative efforts must be made immediately to bring back peace and economic prosperity in the region. Currently, over 5 million Nigerians have been displaced within our borders due to this insurgency, and more than half the number are from the northeastern region of the country. The legislative agenda of the 8th Assembly recognized the fact that our youth and women are grossly unemployed, and the earlier we make appropriate budgetary intervention to create employment, the better it will be for us. It also envisaged the need to look into the issues of flooding in Nigeria, which has become a yearly recurring disaster, with a view of giving it a priority legislation. Available information from the National Emergency Management Agency indicated that over 360 were killed in the 2012 floods, which began in early July, displacing over 2.1 million people and destroying property worth 2.29 trillion in 256 local government councils in Nigeria. In 2013, over 90,000 people across Nigeria were affected by flood. Lives were lost, and at least 2,217 farmlands were destroyed. Last year, over 20 states of the Federation were affected by floods. In the current year, 2015, according to the federal government, in a forecast contained in the 2015 Annual Flood Outlook published by the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency, 14 states were at risk of heavy flooding. The 8th House has established modalities for the implementation of the legislative agenda of the House of Representatives. Partnerships, collaborations with civil society organizations, national and international development partners to realize effective implementation and monitoring of its agenda has been adopted. It is also important to note and commend initiatives of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, on the 8th legislative agenda and his enthusiasm on achieving same. The Speaker has set the pace for the House to work as the institution that defends the right of the people to a proper, accountable, and transparent government in Nigeria. The legislative agenda of the House of Representatives has already started, with the House standing committees fully in place to set the ball rolling on oversight functions. I'm optimistic that we'll achieve the set agenda and give Nigerians the desired development they have long been yearning for. Thank you, and may God bless us.
Thank you, Honorable Duku. I was just sending the MC to remind you to round up, and then you quickly rounded up. Once more, let's clap for Honorable Duku for that brilliant presentation, please. Thank you. You can see the address the issue of both good governance and the improvement of our economy through a legislative process. The House and Senate legislative agenda, as far as I'm concerned, are merely 50% of the story. The remaining 50% will now depend on the input of the public through the various public hearings where these bills were enriched. So this is an opportunity to call on all of us that when these bills will start coming, that will make ourselves available in discussing the bills. Because if you sit back and the bills are passed, they will also govern their lives. So we want to ensure that both the legislative agenda of the Senate and the House will have a buy-in of the public so that there will be the people's legislative agenda. Having said this, let's quickly move to the next presenter, who is the representative of the Emir of Kano, Alhaji Sheikh Mohammed, the Magajin Lafi of Kano, is here to represent His Eminence, the Emir of Kano, who is unavoidably absent. I want to thank him for finding it necessary to send one of his very trusted supporters and assistants to be here to present his paper on his behalf. Alhaji Sheikh, you have the floor.
Excellency, Senate President, ably represented by the Deputy Senate President, Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives, distinguished senators and members of the House of Representatives, principal officers of both chambers of the National Assembly, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Kano State, my lords, spiritual and temporal, other distinguished gentlemen and ladies here present, I stand here to represent His Highness Muhammad Sanusi II, Emir of Kano, who, as the chairman said, is unavoidably absent. He has asked me to express his good wishes for this dialogue and to read his paper on his behalf. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure and privilege to read the paper. I am indeed very pleased to be invited to speak at this important occasion of the National Dialogue on Economy and Development. This national dialogue is coming at a time that is significant considering the daunting economic, socio-political challenges Nigeria is currently facing. It is important to reappraise our developmental challenges and opportunities against our policy choices and national objectives given the recent trends in our growth and development trajectory. I must therefore commend the National Institute for Legislative Studies for organizing this event. In the context of the theme of this dialogue, my paper today will dwell on governance, leadership, and the Nigerian economy. It is well documented in the literature, especially in studies on the political economy of growth and development, that the governance and institutions are critical in the ability of any nation to transform its resource potential and opportunities for economic growth and development. A 1982 study by Christian showed empirically why the United Kingdom did not experience the so-called Dutch disease syndrome following the oil boom of the 70s, as did Nigeria and many other oil-producing countries. The United Kingdom had put in place strong institutions and governance structure that ensured its economy was able to transfer the gains from the oil boom to the other critical sectors of the economy, especially the manufacturing sector, thereby forestalling the collapse of the tradable sector as witnessed in most oil exporting countries, leading to the Dutch disease syndrome, which I've spoken about earlier. Another seminal paper, which came about 10 years later, also showed that weak institutions were the principal reason why developing resource-rich nations have been unable to translate resource boom to economic growth and development. These weak institutions encouraged and facilitated the evolution of rent-seeking regimes to further weaken productive economic activities and perpetuate clientelism and inefficiencies. While Nigeria might have witnessed delays in the manifestation of the impact of poor governance on key macroeconomic indicators, historical data has shown quite clearly how poor governance systems have had severe consequences on the economy and its socio-political development. We have seen how our economy generated from being a major world exporter of cash crops and self-sufficiency in food production to being a net importer of food crops, and also entirely dependent on the importation of refined petroleum products. We are witnesses to the severe deterioration in Nigeria's key human development indices, from absolute poverty to high infant and maternal mortality, low life expectancy, poor primary health care, low primary school enrollment, high secondary school dropout, high unemployment, low per capita income, high Gini coefficient, rising social insecurity, and high prevalence of diseases. Indeed, good governance, strong and transparent leadership are essential for economic prosperity and growth. Another critical component is the effective and efficient redistribution of economic gains. Generally, governance is a process or framework of decision-making and implementation. The United Nations Charter defines good governance to include participation, consensus, accountability, transparency, responsiveness, effectiveness, efficiency, equity, and inclusiveness. Critical for good governance is a credible legal framework that enshrines the rule of law, respect for human rights, especially the protection of the lives of the vulnerable and the less privileged. Good governance also entails the impartial implementation and enforcement of the laws of the land, and the administration of justice by an incorruptible judiciary, incorruptible legislature, and incorruptible executive. It must therefore be emphasized that good governance is an ideal which is very difficult to achieve in its totality. However, there are fundamental and globally acceptable minimum thresholds that represent global best practices. No country can be said to have achieved full good governance. But what is important is the effort of society towards establishing the principles of good governance, including deliberate measures to strengthen the instrument of and institutions of governance. Leadership, and specifically good leadership, is required to translate governance to good governance. Good leadership entails ability, courage, integrity, influence, and vision. Leadership qualities are numerous and are in most cases role variant. Leadership generally involves harnessing and directing manpower and resources towards achieving a common objective and a shared vision. It is a process in which actions and inactions of a leader affect the followers as much as the actions and inactions of the followers also affect the leader, either positively or negatively. This, by extension, means that leadership is transient, interactive, responsive, and dynamic. Leadership is therefore neither infinite nor the exclusive birthright of any individual, group, or society. Leaders, it is said, are made, not born. The Harvard Business School defines leadership as most fundamentally about change. Change to processes, people, and procedures. Contextualizing leadership in Nigeria entails domesticating the theoretical principles and values of good leadership with Nigerian economic fundamentals and experiences. The Nigerian experience has clearly shown perennial failure of leadership in our growth and developmental history at all levels of governance. We may ask two simple but identical questions. The first question is, why has Nigeria been unable to translate its abundant human and natural resources to better living conditions for the generality of its people, as is done in other countries of the world? The second question is, why have the economic conditions of many Nigerians progressively deteriorated from good to bad, even when economic opportunities and national incomes have quadrupled over the period? Several factors may have accounted for this paradox. However, central in the plethora of reasons that might be given is the absence of good and competent leadership. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will not bore you with recent statistics of trends in our own major macroeconomic indices. Suffice to say that emerging risks and vulnerabilities to key sectors of the Nigerian economy necessitate immediate but careful appraisal and review of our existing fiscal and monetary policy framework, including institutional arrangements to strengthen the economy and its resilience. We are all living witnesses, yet again, to the adverse consequences of bad governance in the country. Years of massive corruption, impunity, failure of structural reforms, and fiscal indiscipline have led to the current situation where the present government is facing multitude of challenges, including a virtually empty treasury, huge debt service burden, bloated bureaucracy, falling external reserves, rising inflation, depressed capital markets, and heightened financial system risks. The effect of the fall in oil prices would have been less severe with better oil sector governance and transparency, fiscal prudence, and a genuine commitment to structural change. The urgency of this situation is unfortunately more intense because of the security challenges faced by the country, especially in the northeast of the Niger Delta, which are not totally divorced from the bad economic choices of the recent past. I am, however, confident that this new administration has what it takes to address the problems. Nigerians must, however, be prepared for more belt tightening and tougher sacrifices in the short and medium term. When the government tries to cut down on expensive subsidies, eliminates rent-seeking opportunities, and reduces overall cost of governance to free up resources for investment in development, human capital, and structural reforms. I am aware that many lead papers will be presented today at this dialogue on these basic key issues by respected technocrats and international experts. I will therefore leave technical analysis to these experts, but I'm encouraged that we shall begin to find cogent explanations and justifications for embracing the principles of good governance and quality leadership for the prosperity and development of our nation and people. Your Excellency, Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to your fruitful deliberations and constructive work, and I hope that the outcome of this dialogue will provide new policy insights to our development challenges and objectives. I thank you for your attention.
thank you, Alhaji Sheikh Mohammed, the Magadi Labi of Kano, for that presentation. We've heard you, or believe that the Emir of Kano will be happy to take responsibility for all you said. Yes, is a man who is known for the brutality of his frankness, and he'll be ready to speak the truth to the power. So please extend our felicitations to him. We wish him long life and the courage to continue to speak the truth and to provide leadership not only for the people of Kano, but the people of Nigeria in general. Having said this, we will now make progress by inviting the former Minister of Finance, Dr. Mansour Mukhtar. Mukhtar unarguably is one of the best ministers of finance we had in this country. He disappeared from the premises of the National Assembly after he left office. I'm happy that he has reappeared. I lack the capacity to moderate and the Emir of Kano in his speech, but I believe that for Dr. Mukhtar, I have every competence to moderate you. I'm going to give you just 10 minutes. I believe in 10 minutes you will be able to do justice, at least in summary, to this presentation, so that we'll quickly take the last presentation and then have a group discussion, because I want this session to be more interactive. So, Dr. Mukhtar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Excellency, Deputy President, and Your Excellency, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand on existing protocol. Sorry. No, I don't. All right. Okay. Delighted to have this opportunity to share with you perspectives on this important topic. What I've done is to prepare a presentation, beginning first with an outline of the historical record in relation to Nigeria's performance. And what I've tried to show, looking over a long period of time, is to show that really overall historical growth record has been very poor in Nigeria. Between 1960 to 2000, real income grew at very slow levels. And despite the short turnaround we had between 2000 to recent years, we now are facing a slowdown due to oil price shock and production. But more importantly, the higher growth rates that have been recorded were not sufficient to make a significant dent on poverty, especially given the rapid population growth. And again, the benefits were not shared broadly among the population. Measures of inequality in Nigeria are among the highest in the world and are on the increase. So still major development challenges. As I said, poverty incidence unacceptably high, with over 100 million Nigerians living in extreme poverty. Our social indicators are below those of other countries in Africa and lots of other comparable countries. We have persistent and pervasive inequality, and unemployment remains a major challenge, particularly among youth. We also have a situation where growth is concentrated in a few geographical areas, and while we see development challenges persisting in many parts of the country. And the growth itself has not been accompanied by major structural change, in the sense that the economy still remains dominated by oil as the key driver of revenues and government spending. And now we are facing emergent challenges relating to conflict and insecurity, climate change, and environmental degradation, which complicate the picture. So I'm glad that we have these kinds of fora to help change the conversation, because typically now we are locked into a syndrome of hopelessness, missed opportunities, misspent resources, and much expectations. But we need to be asking questions about what hope there is for the future. How do we reverse the trend? What are the potentials that we have, and how do we exploit these? Where do we start, and who takes the lead? So I've tried to look at various aspects of this issue in relation to first identifying and prioritizing economic development, organizing and strategizing for implementation, and mobilizing needed resources and most importantly, providing credible and effective leadership with clear vision and direction. Now, I start on a positive note, really, that we have a great potential. We have tremendous asset, and that's the Nigerian people. Its population, 180 million persons, 10th in the largest, and by 2050 at current trajectory, projected to be the third largest country in the world in terms of population. This gives considerable opportunity for reaping a demographic dividend. But importantly also, we need to stress the Nigerian spirit, the vibrant entrepreneurial and spirited nature of Nigerians, the highly educated workforce, the talented people we have in diaspora, and all of these really present opportunities, the young populace, for really combining with large reserves of natural resources to accelerate development and reduce poverty. And natural resources we have, I have to state that oil will still remain play a dominant role in the Nigerian economy, and we have to exploit that fully. It's ranking 15th in production, and it's also Africa's largest producer, and we have huge gas reserves that are among the largest in the world, which could provide a basis for development. But also we have other resources, expanse of arable land, diverse climate topography, solid minerals potential, and all of these will provide a basis for diversifying our economy to achieve meaningful growth. And I think the first thing to focus on in relation to identifying where we need to prioritize, first, really, we have to prioritize securing economic growth. That is key to improving incomes, employment, and generating opportunities. We also have to look at ways of promoting economic diversification, given the current state of the economy. That would also help make growth more broad-based and provide potential for generating employment. The third component should be on fostering inclusion and sustainability. And this relates to environmental sustainability, but also social inclusion in terms of equitable growth, job creation, and addressing geospatial inequalities, among other things. So these have to be prioritized. Now, in terms of the building blocks, again, I would stress the primacy of leadership, which I'll come to later. But I think we also need capable and enabling environment, security, law, and order, capable state institutions and government, and we need to get the economic fundamentals right. Macroeconomic stability is key. And again, financial infrastructure that will facilitate flow of funds to support economic growth, and physical and social infrastructure, as well as deliberate and concerted effort at promoting real sector growth. Again, finally, we need to mobilize and deploy effectively resources needed to transform the economy, given the agenda. Now, I've talked about security, law, and order. Again, this is the fundamental and the basic function of the state. We also have to have rule of law, secure property rights. Again, governance in the context of Nigeria, the critical challenge today is to combat corruption and establish adherence to the rule of law. We need to refocus our efforts, reshape values and norms of state and governance with emphasis on honesty, integrity, service to society, performance, results orientation, transparency, and accountability. And I want to stress also that civil service reform is key. It is really a weak link in the chain. We need to strengthen public sector capacity to address the institutional challenges. We need to professionalize, we need to improve the policy formulation and execution capacity of the service, as currently constituted, is not well positioned to deliver on the agenda. And I've talked about getting economic fundamentals right. Really, historically, analytically, we can't move away from the need to have stable prices, competitive exchange rates, positive real interest rates, buoyant external reserves, but these are interconnected and need careful monitoring. But in the case of Nigeria also, given the dominance of oil, we need to find a way of shielding the economy from vulnerabilities, and especially since government spending is the key driver of the economy. Again, this underscores the necessity for strengthening the fiscal rule to delink public expenditures from oil revenue. It also means that we need to rebuild our fiscal buffers in terms of our foreign reserves and also other surpluses of government. Now, to go with that, we need to have a financial sector that is able to deliver. Currently, we've done a lot, we've achieved a lot in financial liberalization, in banking sector reform, in strengthening regulation and supervision, but we need to do more to ensure that credit flows to the real sector. Key challenges include lack of access to long-term finance, insufficient of flow, as I said, to the real sector, the high cost of borrowing, and lack of access to finance for SMEs. So we need a clearly defined agenda for addressing these critical bottlenecks. Physical infrastructure deficit, in particular in the energy sector, everybody acknowledges the major constraint to growth and poverty reduction in relation to poverty, in relation to our competitiveness, in relation to our ability to do business. We need a big push in terms of trying to strengthen the infrastructure in energy, rail transportation, ICT, and infrastructure. Again, we need to stress that it's not about improved government spending or increased government spending, but we have to find ways of leveraging with private sector investment to complement government efforts, given the scale of effort needed in the context. The other dimension is that of human capital, the soft side of infrastructure. Again, increasing access to improving quality of human development services, education and skills, health and nutrition, water supply and sanitation. That is the only way we can realize the full potential of Nigeria's vibrant population. So we need to invest in health and education. We need to ensure that the investment is rightly focused. And one neglected area in this regard is technical and vocational education that is needed to ensure we have relevant skills and that will ensure that we bridge the jobs and skills mismatch. Now, support for real sector, agriculture, key, major source of employment and incomes, tremendous potential here because of existing low productivity. We can make a big jump by adopting new technologies, productivity improvement in terms for infrastructure, agriculture production and commercialization, input supply and distribution. All of this could make a significant difference. The value chain approach should be adopted and complemented with improvements in transport, storage, and processing. Again, there's a lot of potential there for food security, for linkages with the industrial sector, employment, poverty reduction, job creation. And again, industry, of course, a component of economic diversification, constitutes historically a major source of productivity gains and technology innovation and a source for growing the middle class. And in that context, we need to address key constraints related to power supply, related to high cost of inputs, high cost of doing business. Again, Nigeria is ranked poorly compared with other countries, addressing the infrastructure deficit and enhancing access to finance. And here the state has a crucial role to play. Historically, it's had to play that role in other countries. There is potential for us to fill the niche created by China, India, and Brazil, who are moving to more capital-intensive production. But that requires careful planning and prioritization. There's one thing that I think we need to put on the table. We really need to start urgent conversation on the widening social and income disparities. We need to look at ways of securing inclusive and equitable growth. Long-standing inequality in Nigeria has fostered a deep sense of unfairness and injustice, and many Nigerians feel alienated from the development process. So it's manifested in many dimensions, as we all know: urban, rural, social, economic, and gender. It's now a political and economic imperative, and it's necessary to ensure sustainability of our development. It's necessary to ensure peace and security. It's necessary for the stability of the democratic and political process. And I think the key challenge is how we build a more visibly just Nigeria in which the silent majority will have full access to economic, social, and political opportunities. Again, I talked about resource mobilization. Such a huge agenda requires mobilization of substantial resources, and we need to look at ways of mobilizing from the public and private sector, from international and domestic. We need to exploit the synergy and complementarity between these fundings. We need to look at policies and institutions and leverage. Beyond that, also we need to look at ways of effectively utilizing resources, and in this context, governance and institutional arrangements are key. There are several areas I've identified. In the interest of time, I'll not go into detail in terms of what we need to focus on to mobilize needed resources, boosting oil and gas revenues, expanding non-oil revenue tax, improving quality and efficiency of spending. And in this context, really, it's important to mention how we could make great savings in reducing the cost of governance, exploiting domestic capital markets to tap into the huge resources that are available, the pension funds, insurance funds, sustainable and prudent public domestic debt management, but adequate monitoring and oversight. There are lots of potential for multilateral and bilateral loans which are provided on soft terms. And I think we need to find ways of encouraging foreign direct investment and portfolio flows as a way of complementing our available resources. We can also tap into diaspora bonds, securitization, stolen assets. We need to find a way of recovering. There's still a lot of money out there. And then how we curb illicit flows, the practices of multinationals that somehow take away through the exploitation of tax loopholes and overpricing, under invoicing. They find a way of not remitting enough money. There's a lot of money that could be tapped in from there. Now, I talked about leadership, and again, I think this is key, and I'm glad that the last paper that preceded my presentation highlighted that point. But I really think that for us to move forward, we need a focused, credible, trustworthy, and effective leadership. That's key to achieving economic development. And I'm happy that, as has been noted, that the leadership and stewardship qualities demonstrated by Mr. President and his Vice President really constitute a key asset to start our journey. This solid reputation of honesty, integrity, and discipline, commitment to serve society, and really are key. In particular, integrity. There's a popular saying about integrity. If you have it, nothing else matters. And if you don't have it, nothing else matters. So I think that's important to keep in mind. But again, to stress that leadership is not a one-person endeavor, and that it needs to be backed by a very strong team with common ideals, a critical mass of credible leaders of integrity, ability, and track record. And I think the key leadership task today is to provide an inspiring vision and instilling in the mindsets of Nigerians a compelling need for change anchored on a unity of purpose. We must also have value reorientation. We need to reshape the expectations of the Nigerian public and Nigerians in general from the syndrome of national cake sharing or come and sit down, let's chop. Really, we need to move away from that to how we can move the country forward. And I think that in the context, it's going to be a very difficult task because of the legacy of past bad leadership and misrule. Really, we need to have it. We are operating in a trust deficit environment, and there are lots of trust building measures that the government, the administration needs to embark upon to begin the journey. Now, importantly, of course, we know that they have been voted really on the promise to deliver change to Nigeria and Nigerians and to bring jobs, employment, and security. Now, this is a very huge mandate, given the challenges I've outlined. It's one that will require a lot of effort. It's going to be an arduous journey, but with leadership, commitment, and dedication, we have all the resources needed to transform our economy to a vibrant economy that delivers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mukhtar. As I said earlier, he's possibly one of our best ministers of finance, and I'm sure that we are not disappointed with his presentation. And he has said a lot on the issue of the relationship between our economy and leadership. He has given us insight on some of the issues challenging our economy on how to address them. But I think the most fundamental thing I take from his presentation is the issue of inclusive growth. Because over the last 4 to 5 years, especially in Africa, we've witnessed growth between 6 to 8%, 4% on the average anyway. But some countries like Nigeria and Tanzania have continued to post between 6 to 8%, and sometimes up to 9%. And of course, if you look at a place like India, they've done well in terms of the rating. But the truth of the matter is that the people are still poor. We still have unemployment, and poverty level seems to be rising. So that means there's something missing. So I believe that going forward, we must ensure that our growth is inclusive, making sure that in determining our growth, we need to benchmark it with the reduction in poverty as well as the employment that's generated. So I would strongly recommend that this paper should be sent to the major drivers of our economy as well as those in the commanding heights of our leadership as a roadmap for not only recovery, but the continued growth. Once more, I would like to thank Dr. Mukhtar, and I believe we can do more by giving another hand of applause, please. Now, within this segment, we will be taking the last presentation from the Permanent Secretary, National Planning Commission. And having listened to Dr. Mukhtar, I'm sure that his job is not made easy because he will simply take us through his papers, which I believe will agree mostly with the views of Dr. Mukhtar. So, on this note, let me invite our friend and brother who is here to present the next paper from the National Planning Commission to now take the floor. Let me welcome my friend Femi, the leader of the House of Representatives. You're most welcome.
The President of the Senate, ably represented here today by the Deputy Senate President, Mr. Speaker, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our presentation is on the budget restructuring of the budget process. And having listened to the former Minister of Finance, I think this just tags on, aligns with that paper. And I like to say that with all those ideas that have been duly articulated by the former Minister of Finance, if you don't have a very good budgeting process in any nation, studies have been conducted which surely shows that you will not be able to deliver on improved services to the public. And what nations want globally is to be able to deliver enhanced services to its citizens. So this paper has been structured into 5 segments. I am not going to bore you down with the intro. We know globally that the budget is a framework for ensuring effective delivery of goods and services. Yes, if this is a framework, why do countries nationwide still have a problem with the process of coming up or articulating their annual budgets or indeed their medium-term plans? In Nigeria, we had gotten to a point where the budget process needs to be fundamentally restructured to ensure that we meet the pressures of reduced resources vis-a-vis the growing demands, competing needs. We know too well we're talking about how to grow the economy, job creation, indeed addressing the infrastructural deficits, as well as fighting security issues, governance issues, and indeed the very wide financing gap which we have confronted ourselves with. Fiscally, we think that going forward, there is a broadly shared view that governments cannot radically address these issues without forging effective links between the medium-term strategic plans and indeed the annual budgets, as well as changing the approach of budgeting. And you will see that even as we go further. It's in this context that this current administration has taken the bull by its horn, ahead with respect to restructuring the budgeting process. Because the purpose of our presentation today will basically, identify the challenges of the previous budgeting system. We'll see what has gone wrong, and of course, the major steps that have been taken at this short period of time by the current administration in addressing these issues, and of course, to end this presentation by calling on the legislative arm of government to further support the executive arm in ensuring effective delivery of the budget. Now, we all know too well that the budget is a very, very credible framework for delivering on goods, for delivering on projects and programs, nations generally. And we know that for a budgeting process to be credible, it must be highly inclusive. All stakeholders must be involved in the process. And at the end of the day, it must lead to improved outcomes. But what we have noticed, and you will see that even as we tag along, that this has actually not been the case. Here we try to say that a budget may be considered non-credible if its allocations are technically appropriate to the priorities of government, but the budget is simply not delivered because of significant over or underestimation of total revenue and expenditures, or because of implausible assumptions about economic growth and the external context. Again, non-credibility of the budget will undermine the effective delivery of government services and other desired outcomes. We therefore need to adopt a credible budget process to be able to ensure that once you adopt this will also link closely with the medium-term plans and indeed the long-term plans of countries. We've seen the experience of other emerging nations, countries that have excelled with respect to, development. And here we pick two critical parameters: the poverty rates and, of course, the GDP per capita. We've seen that the countries that have tried to make a dent are countries that have actually adopted a credible budgeting process. And this budgeting process does not stand on its own. It's linked closely to the government's priority agendas, government's priorities, and indeed the medium-term strategic plans of those nations. And we see countries like Malaysia, India, Singapore, who have been engaged in this form of strategic planning over the years. They have registered, on the average, very low poverty incidence, and in terms of per capita income, they've been on the increase. But of course, you can see Nigeria in the yellow at the end point, that we have not been doing this, and that's why in terms of the indicators, we've not done too well. Now, and we try to provide some clear explanations, but for time, how did Malaysia do it? It's duly documented there that they have adopted a highly integrated and more comprehensive approach. They try to link planning to budgeting and indeed adopt a performance-based budgeting system. The same thing we see in Malaysia is a comprehensive kind of planning where the budget is treated as just an aspect of the plan. And that is why they were able to ensure improved outcomes with respect to the outcome-based budgeting system which has been adopted in that country going forward. Now, the other system of budgeting which we see is the performance of a zero-based budgeting approach. That system has also been used in some countries. And we see that one good thing about that system is that it's more efficient and effective as compared to other budget method or systems in hastening the pace of development and fulfillment of goals and objectives of the nation. It tries to justify resource allocation in an individual budget scheme regardless of prior period budgets. Again, we took a study from here, a study of 68 councils in Hampshire, and we discovered that despite a heavy reliance on incremental budgeting across sectors, there are some encouraging moves to integrate more innovative methods of budgeting alongside incremental methods. Although only 13%, and I repeat, only 13% reported having adopted a fully outcomes-based approach to budget setting. The figure below shows that 39% are using what we term incremental plus and are undertaking other budgeting methods in tandem with the incremental budgeting. And you can see that they registered 39% over there. Now, in section 3 of this paper, we try to give, in a nutshell, an overview of federal government's budgeting process and outcomes. And we said there are 4 critical stages in the budgeting process in Nigeria, which I'm sure everyone in this hall is familiar with. But here we are trying to say that prior to the assumption of office of the current administration, the budgeting process in Nigeria has been top-down and ad hoc, and indeed it emphasizes detailed planning of the various development programs of the government. It also presents no clear relationship between the inputs of resources and output of services. Uses incremental budgeting approach, the non-credibility of this process affects the implementation of the national plans and approved budgets in the country over the years. And of course, the outcomes included high poverty incidents, inequalities, joblessness among the youth, insecurity in the country, and so on and so forth. Indeed, I'm glad that the chairman of today's occasion in several fora has also mentioned issues of this nature over the years. And this is what we're just trying to catalog. And we can see that schematically, from the budget preparation process to budget legislation and approval, budget implementation, and indeed the monitoring and evaluation. Who takes responsibility on the right-hand side? Used to be Ministry of Finance, the Budget Office, but today we're talking about the Federal Ministry of Budget and National Planning, and indeed all MDAs. Budget legislation, we have the House of Reps and the Federal, and of course the Senate. In terms of implementation, planning and budget, MDAs, the presidency, and so on. And of course, the M&E, the National Assembly plays a key role here, and we need not be discontinent that. Now, we will just go straight to say that the credibility of the federal budget process in delivering better outcome is signified by the differences between the final outcome and the original approved budget. There is evidence, as we can see ourselves, that the federal budget has not been implemented as planned over the years, which hinder the ability of government to attain objectives set out in the plan. We know too well that when we talk about good governance, when we talk about issues of security, a situation where you have most of the budgetary allocations being consumed. A lot of resources are being, I mean, if you look at the budget, 88% goes into recurring. Then what is left for security? What is left for growing the economy actually becomes very minimal. We can see this from the charts we are displaying here, that from 2009 to 2015, we see that there is a gap between the total revenue and actual expenditure. The negative shows that from what was projected, that there is a very big gap, and we must guide against that going forward. This is trying to say that the process of developing the macro framework of the budget and the plan probably not deep enough. Poor aggregate revenue projections have led to poor aggregate expenditure credibility, and this is what is expected. Also, the midterm report from the first National Implementation Plan from 2010 to 2012 shows that the budget did not accurately reflect the nation's priorities and objectives. There were large disparities between the plan provision and the allocations. And of course, this is, you can see the productive sector, you can see infrastructure, budgetary allocation to plan provision 41%, actual budgetary release to plan provision 30%. And of course, it goes on and on like that. What are then the key issues? That brings me nearer home to the end point of this presentation. What are the key issues and challenges? And we say that uncertainty, first of all, uncertainty concerning available resources with quarterly and monthly allocations. Because Nigeria's economy is tied to the global world, and we rely significantly on oil, which we do not determine the price locally. So if today the oil price goes below $40 and you have predicated your oil, the price of oil, $60 per barrel, obviously it's going to affect revenue receipts. And in terms of disbursement, the Minister of Finance will tell you, look, it's what I have, I'm going to spend. And this has gone a long way in affecting, releases to projects and programs of MDAs. Operating surpluses not fully transferred to the Treasury, also occasioned by the delayed publication of financial statements. We know we have some mega ministries that they think because they are backed up by the act. But these mega organizations generate revenues. We have not been able to capture their revenues in details, not until the commencement of the TSA, which is now forcing these mega organizations to bring back their revenues back to Treasury. Again, absence of functional medium-term strategic plans at the state and the federal. And of course, the non-alignment of the annual capital budget allocations with the national development plans. We like to also emphasize the issue of the weak capacity of the Directorate of Planning, Research and Statistics. And of course, the non-passage of the Development Planning and Project Continuity Bill. That is a bill which makes it mandatory for some kind of planning and for people at the sector level, at the state level, to link their budgets, annual budgets, to the plans. We're talking about the SDGs. The SDGs does not stand alone. You must mainstream it into the budgeting and planning process until we get that right. But that bill, again, was forwarded to the National Assembly over 2 years ago. I do believe that very soon we will be able to. Now, what are the current efforts? This is the final answer. What are the current efforts of this administration in trying to address these issues, in trying to restructure the budgeting process? And I want to say the first has to do with the adoption of a new budgeting and planning approach. First of all, that the budget must be linked to policy. The budget must be linked to medium-term strategic plans. And in this regard, we had solace in taking the fact that, look, the zero-based budgeting approach must be adopted. This is an approach where you must justify all expenses at the beginning of the year. It doesn't give room to budget padding, budget inflating, and so on and so forth. And this must be clearly linked to government's priorities and so on and so forth. Now, again, this is to end up by saying that the Federal Ministry of Budget and Planning has just been established, which again, we talk about the establishment of a new institutional framework for budgeting and planning at the federal level. I think this will help because it brings both the budgeting and the planning bodies together. And this will minimize all these distortions we've been talking about going forward. Also ensuring that the MTEF and the budget assumptions are closely aligned with the macro framework assumptions for the plans. We also need to ensure that we maintain appropriate balance between the capital and recurring budgetary provisions while strengthening the M&E system. This is what is being done. Steps are being made to commence input, output, impact, and process monitoring at all levels of government. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, upon listening to all this, we still believe that the National Assembly plays a key role. We believe that legislature is one of the most important players in the budget process. Their involvement is particularly vital for formulating and sustaining the ongoing budget reforms and restructuring. We need legislative buy-in or ownership of the budget reforms. This is essential because they are very close to the people and they can serve as advocates, to their constituencies going forward. The parliamentarians also help to play that oversight role, ensuring effective tracking of projects, programs, implementation for enhanced implementation of the projects and the plan. We do believe, Mr. Chairman, that this is very good, and we know that the National Assembly has been very helpful in ensuring that these budgets are also promptly passed into law. We're calling that, again, Budget 2016 and the other planning bills which have been lingering at the National Assembly will also be taken on board and promptly passed into law. Once again, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to end at this point in time. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to once more thank the presenter for the very incisive presentation. I think we'll all agree, as he said, that there's need to reform our budgetary process. The budgetary process is usually engineered by both the executive and the legislative arm of government. And so, since all of us are here today, here representing the executive, I think we need to take home the need to reform the budget process. Let me just quickly make some few remarks regarding this presentation. I've been in the National Assembly for about 13 years now. I'm not sure of this development planning and project continuity bill, which he made reference to. I've also asked the chairman of the Rules Committee, Business and Rules Committee in the last Senate, who was also chairman of the same committee in the House. And he told me, Senator Tainan said to me that he's not sure we had such bill. Let me add that the executive does not need any particular law to continue to plan or to continue a particular project in any particular year. All you need to do is to make provision for it in that particular year. So there should not be any excuse that there's no law empowering you to either plan or to continue a project. I don't think that is charitable to the legislature because there's no such bill before us. And besides, I don't think that there's any law stopping the executive of either continuing a project which they have a budgetary provision for in a particular year, or to plan what they want to do over a period of years. Having said that, I think that one of the major problems we've had with our budgetary process is the late presentation of budget. We've been worried about this for many years, in spite of the law providing that this bill should be presented before the National Assembly at least 3 months before the end of the fiscal year. Every government had actually observed this in the breach. What we usually experience is that a few days before the end of the year, you get the budget, the appropriation bill for the next year, and before you know it, the National Assembly will now go on the Christmas recess, and when they come back, there's a lot of pressure from everywhere that this bill be passed. And if you look at even the issue of the preparation of the budget, you just discover too that what you witness each year is just what I call copy and paste. So the MDAs will simply reproduce what they had in the following year, the previous year, again because of maybe pressure from the Minister of Finance to get these things ready, actually at the last minute. So they'll quickly do copy and paste, and National Assembly will now have the responsibility of trying to determine the correctness of those figures. So what you see is a continued presentation, of particular items in the budget from year to year. So the National Assembly, through the various committees, will begin to figure out which of them have been implemented and how much has been spent and all this, and this takes time. We in National Assembly will be prepared to do public hearings in regard to the budget, but we cannot do so in a situation where you get the budget almost the last week of the year, and they're expected to pass it in earnest so that implementation will start the previous year. So I think that we can all work together in the overall interest of our country to improve our budget system so that it can rank as one of the best, at least in Africa. So I do hope that this new attitude, of reform will be able to work in our minds, both at the legislature and the executive, so that our budget process will serve our people much better. Now, those are the presentations for this segment of this technical session, economy and governance. Now, in the absence of comments, we'll be rounding up so that you have your lunch and then stretch your legs. But because this is democracy, I'll be throwing it open so that those who would like to make comments, ask questions can do so, and then we'll quickly round up so that you can also have our lunch and then have some exercise and come back for the next session. But if you are satisfied with the presentations, I'll take it that we should be rounding up at this moment. Okay, we'll just take one or two questions. Yeah. We'll take one there, one at the back, and then the gentleman here, and then that should be it. Come on, take this.
Hello? Hello?
Mr. Chairman, sir, thank you very much. My name is Tanko Yakase. I'd like to quickly make my observation in respect of 3 areas in the way this country is governed. One is the issue of continuity. It's clearly demonstrated that in the way we run our affairs, each new government comes with its new priority. We are not continuing with the priority started by our previous administration. I think this should be noted so that in the future, new government will build on the what the previous government has started Otherwise, what we are doing is a total waste. The second point is lack of development. You can't go without a target. You are moving without a target, without knowing where you are going to. Certainly, you'll be wobbling on the street. I would suggest that we return the culture of development plan, which is abandoned since. And the third point is the issue of personalizing governance. I note that I'll give an example. I come from Kano State. I served under the government of late Audu Bako for 8 years. And he built quite a number of dams in Kano State. He left government in 1975. Since he left government till today, no state government attempted to build on where Audu Bako left. The tendency that the river basin authorities are federal government institutions, and therefore state has no business. The people, the federal government has no people of its own except in Abuja. They have no land of their own except in Abuja. So if state government developed a project in the state, it is their subject that will benefit from it. So let leaders adopt the attitude of not bothering about a project because it was started by somebody they don't like. Thank you very much.
Godfrey Wabonwa. I work for MBC and the former president of Port Harcourt Chamber of Commerce. Basically, I would like to commend all the presentations, which look quite beautiful, but something that is very pertinent, I want to draw the attention of this gathering. No matter how much policies and seminars and conferences we've had or we're having, there are one major issue that have continued to lack and bedevil the nation. One of that issue is, one, value system. Until we change our value system, which has to do with family value, an attitude of integrity, attitude of being able to show respect and obedience to law, all the plans will not make any meaning. Now, if you look at the issue the last speaker just raised of state government, the only government I would say that have been responsible is the federal government. Nobody talks about the local government. There's no amount of economic development that will happen in Nigeria, but the local government begin to key into it and begin to be very responsible. Citizenship, education, and mobilization is a key point of good leadership. And that takes me back to the same issue of value. I come from a family where there are about 12 of us. We have made success because there's a value system where we respect elders, we obey the law. I could have been a thief, but because I fear for the name of my family, I'm not able to do that. So any leadership in Nigeria that will be successful is until when those who come to leadership have serious and strong family value system. And I recommend that this noble house, particularly the National Assembly, we set up a program called Family Value Restoration Program. That will help us to begin to show that family value is something we must do. And also, we also discussed about the issue of inclusive governance. Inclusive job creation and economy can only work where we have social enterprise. Social enterprise is one way through which you can grow economy and it will become very successful. And finally, there can be no peace where there is no justice. Our justice system must become very effective, where both the poor man and the rich man is able to obtain justice quickly and speedily. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's nice to see you again after our lengthy
Thank you.
My name is Ella Hotobo. I used to work for the UN, but I'm now working for a think tank in Belgium. I have a question for the director who came from National Planning. The question is, and this is more of education for me because I've not been aware of what the new president has done, is the Ministry of Budget and Planning going to exist side by side with the National Planning Commission, or is that one going to be dissolved? Because I know the National Planning Commission is mandated. If the Ministry of Planning and Budget is going to exist with the National Planning Commission, then the problem of reducing the cost of governance, I'm afraid, will persist. My second question is for Dr. Mokhtar. I very much enjoyed your presentation, but there was something in the presentation which I found was missing. You gave a short shrift to the whole question of science and technology, other than when you spoke about the need for technological absorption and the rest. Now, the reason I raised this point, in an article that I wrote for the Financial Times early in the month, I made the point that Nigeria is underinvesting in science and technology. And the consequence of this is that we are having more and more foreign scientific and technological expertise working in the complex areas of construction, commerce, industry, and agriculture. Unless we correct that deficit, we really run the risk that we become a neo-colonial economy by default. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. As I said, we'll try to keep this session quite simple. There was a question to our brother from Minister of National Planning regarding the necessity to have a Minister of National Planning and then the National Planning Commission. I think it would be unfair to ask him to answer the question because it's the president who made that decision. So I will excuse him, if you don't mind, from answering that question. Then our brother from Port Harcourt, we've noted their recommendation on family value restoration program. Okay, I think what we'll do is to recommend that to the wife of the president as a pet project. Then I want to thank Yakasai for his contribution regarding continuity. I think it's well taken, sir. And we recommend it to all levels of government, from local government to state and to the federal government. So on this note, because I noticed a lot of people, Mukhtar, you want to intervene?
Thank you. Thank you. You made a valid point about prioritizing science, technology, and innovation. My paper has not alluded to it, largely because of the recognition that in this Nigerian context, we need to focus, prioritize, and sequence the actions needed to get the economy back on track. And many people would argue that at this primary stage, especially given the scarce resources, the limited capacity, there's a building block involved. We need to begin to focus on improving quality at the primary and secondary level, basic education, where we have large number of school dropouts. So if I have to prioritize the allocation and deployment of resources, I would want to look at that area. If I want to prioritize the allocation of resources and efforts, I would want to look at the neglected area of technical and vocational education, where critical skill gaps exist, where only recently the president was lamenting a situation where we have to import workers from neighboring countries to work for Julius Berger and the rest. Science, technology, and innovation certainly is important, but that's part of the broader challenge of revamping our higher education system, and which is quite expensive, but something that we have to do at some stage. Again, I think that we also need to look at the possibilities of attracting the private sector, getting private sector to contribute towards this area, not leave it to government, and have government focus its scarce resources on some of the priority areas that will yield maximum benefit within the shortest period of time for the purpose of political exigency. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Finally, let me thank you for your perseverance, for your enduring power, for keeping to this program. But I've noticed that some people are already yawning, and I don't intend to take you longer than necessary. So my term as the chairman of the session has come to an end. I want to thank you for all the support, for listening, and then for taking in as much as you could. And I believe that by the time we come back, we'll start the next session. I would like to recommend that we give the same level of support and contribution to the chairman of the next session, my brother, the Speaker, Dogara Yakubu. Okay, General will now chair the next session. So before we leave, let me hand over the microphone to the MC for some housekeeping announcements. The MC.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Please give the chairman of the first technical session a big round of applause. Former Minister of Finance, Dr. Mansour Mukhtar, another big round of applause for him, please. Mr. Tunde Lawal from the National Planning Commission, another big round of applause for him. The representative of the Emir of Kano, Magaji Rafin Kano, Alhaji Sheikh Mohammed, thank you so very much for representing the Emir very well. Honorable Aishatu Jibril Duku, Chairman House Committee on Electoral Matters, who spoke on the legislative agenda of the 8th House of Representatives. Please give her a big round of applause. Of course, the Deputy Governor of Kano State, Professor Hafiz Abubakar, his paper is not yet there, but he's been here since morning. Please give him a very big round of applause. The Special Advisor to the President of National Assembly Matters, Senate, Senator Itayenan. And of course, the Speaker of the 8th House of Representatives, Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara. Thank you all, members of the High Table. Thank you all, delegates, participants, resource persons. Lunch, I am told, is ready, and the lunch is upstairs. And the next technical session, like the chairman had earlier announced, it will be chaired by no other person but the former Chief of Army Staff, now the Minister of Interior, General Dambazo. Let me very quickly recognize again Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka. We have recognized him before, but let's give him a very big round of applause. And his paper is also in the next session. You're welcome, sir. 3:30. Lunch will begin now, and then we should all assemble in this hall at 3:30. Thank you all, and bon appetit.
Thank you.
You need your tickets for lunch, please. As you go upstairs, you need your tickets. Check your bags. The tickets are there. Right. Okay.
Participants should check their bags for their meal tickets. Okay. Hello.